Chapter 494. Am I seeing things? No, this can't be real. How could that guy defeat a 10th layer Martial King? Many people were scared to death when they saw LV Shurhai lying on the ground, clutching his head as he screamed. It was too hard to believe. This. Emo Xiaoxia and the others stared at the scene before them in shock. This guy is actually so strong. Emo Miaoling looked at Lin Feng with sparkling eyes. Shui Xinqi stared at Lin Feng without blinking. The conflict had long attracted the attention of many onlookers. Even quite a few deacons had come to witness the duel. What a powerful kid! Many deacons who were watching the show were also secretly shocked, because among the deacons in the 10th heaven of the Martial King realm, LV Shurhai's cultivation was enough to rank in the front, but now he was defeated. That kid must have cultivated some kind of powerful soul secret technique, whispered one of the attendants. Nebula Pavilion specialized in soul attacks, but these attendants didn't know the best soul secret techniques. Elder Xingxian is here. Make way. A shout came from afar. When they heard that Elder Xingxian had arrived, many people quickly made way. Elder Xingxian was one of the 5 elders in charge of the outer courtyard. He was in the Yin-Yang realm and had an extraordinary status in the entire Nebula Pavilion. Soon, Elder Xingxian walked over. Elder Xingxian looked to be in his 40s. He was dressed in a green robe and looked rather scholarly. Seeing the situation, Elder Xingxian asked, "What's going on?" A deacon hurriedly stepped forward and told Elder Xian everything he knew. This deacon did not favor any side and spoke very impartially. Elder Xingxian looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Were you the one who injured LV Shurhai?" Lin Feng nodded. "That's right, it was me." Heroes really come from the young. This LV Shurhai can't tell right from wrong and has ruined Nebula Pavilion's reputation. He's really despicable. Men, take LV Shurhai, Zhou Yu, and Wei Yantao away. Elder Xingxian shouted in a deep voice. This Xingxuan elder's actions immediately attracted a wave of cheers. It was clear who was right and who was wrong. If Nebula Pavilion were to blindly shield him, it would instead damage their reputation. Elder Xingxian's actions were indeed deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. "How should I address you, little friend?" Elder Xingxian narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. "Junior is Lin Feng. Have you come to Nebula Pavilion to participate in the disciple test?" Elder Xingxuan asked. "Yes." Lin Feng nodded. "Do you have any recommendation letters?" Elder Xingxian continued asking. "This is my friend's recommendation letter, and this talisman was given to me by a senior in Nebula Pavilion." Lin Feng handed Han Shua's recommendation letter and talisman to Elder Xian. Elder Xingxian glanced at Han Shua's recommendation letter, then looked at the talisman. He carefully sensed it, and his expression suddenly changed. Elder Xingxian looked at Lin Feng and asked, "You know Lord Zongyun?" Lin Feng guessed that the Lord Zongyun that Elder Xingxian spoke of should be the Almighty from Nebula Pavilion. Lin Feng briefly explained what had happened. "So, the 3 brats that Lord Zongyun was talking about are you. There are no problems with your identities. In a while, someone will arrange for you to stay in Nebula Pavilion, and then someone will send the star-gazing chart to your residences. Nebula Pavilion will give you 10 days to observe the star-gazing chart. After 10 days, you must draw out how many variations of the star-gazing chart you have observed. This is the first test, and only after the first test is completed will the second test begin." Elder Xingxian said. "Yes." Lin Feng replied. "Deacon Tao Shi, take the 3 of them to rest. These 3 will be temporarily under your name." Elder Xingxian waved his hand. Yes, a beautiful woman walked out. She looked to be around 30 years old. Her figure was voluptuous, her skin was tender, her face was beautiful, and her eyes were charming. She smiled at Lin Feng and said, "Call your two friends and leave with me." "Thank you very much, Elder," said Lin Feng, bowing to Elder Xing Xian. Yu Fan and Han Shuo hurriedly bowed as well, and the three of them left with Tao Xi. The others looked at Lin Feng, and the other two enviously. Tao Xi swayed her slender waist, her voluptuous but swaying back and forth, full of temptation. She turned to Lin Feng and said with a charming smile, "Little brother, you're really lucky to have made friends with Lord Zhong Yun. Lord Zhong Yun asked us to take good care of you three. Of course, even though we have Lord Zhong Yun's instructions, you still need to pass the test. If you can't pass the test, it'll be used against you." "We understand." Lin Feng and the other two hurriedly nodded. "Hee, don't be so reserved. I'm not that much older than you, so you can call me Big Sister Shi," the beautiful woman said with a charming smile. Her eyes were watery, and her breath smelled like orchids. Lin Feng felt that the beautiful woman seemed to be looking at him, intentionally or otherwise. Soon, Tao Xi brought Lin Feng and the other two to an elegant courtyard area. There were many two-story courtyards here, and each courtyard had 49 rooms. These were the courtyards for Nebula Pavilion's outer disciples, and everyone was given a room. This is a star chart. Study it carefully during this time. Nebula Pavilion attaches great importance to soul energy. The stronger your soul energy, the more changes you can see. Tao Xi handed 3 star charts to Lin Feng, Yu Fan, and Han Shuo. Han Shuo scratched his head and asked, "How many star charts do we have to observe to pass the test?" Tao Xi smiled and said, "This star chart is a treasure that Nebula Pavilion's founding ancestor, Supreme Nebula, found by chance. The ancestor later copied it into a star chart. The star chart is ever-changing, and if you want to pass the first test, you need to observe 9 different star charts and draw them." Lin Feng asked, "How many star charts does this star chart contain?" "I'm not sure about that either. It's said that Supreme Nebula God Ancestor had observed 38,000 star maps, but he said that he had only observed a portion of them. Thus, even our Nebula Pavilion doesn't know how many star maps there are in the star map. This star chart is actually so extraordinary." Lin Feng, Yu Fan, and Han Shuo were all shocked. Tao Xi said, "Of course, the star chart was passed down by a supreme expert in the primordial era, and it's said that it contains the most powerful soul tempering technique. You should know that the soul can be cultivated as well. There are 2 types of secret soul tempering techniques. The first is the more common attack technique, which uses soul energy to condense a soul attack. However, this attack technique can't raise the level of the soul. The second is the soul tempering technique, which doesn't have any attack power, but can greatly increase one's soul energy. In the world of cultivators, soul tempering techniques are extremely rare, and even Nebula Pavilion has yet to discover the mysterious soul tempering technique hidden in the star chart. Yu Fan asked, "How powerful is the soul tempering technique in the star chart?" Tao Xi said, "In the primordial era, when experts were fighting for supremacy, the archaic dragonesque elephant art was known as the #1 forbidden divine art of the primordial era. However, that's not right. The archaic dragonesque elephant art is the #1 forbidden divine art for tempering the body and condensing magical energy, but it's not the #1 forbidden divine art for cultivating the soul. The #1 forbidden divine art for cultivating the soul in the primordial era was called the archaic stargazing art, and it's said that it's hidden in the star chart." Chapter 4, 95. Inside the room, Lin Feng sat cross-legged and looked at the star-gazing chart in front of him. Since this star-gazing chart was taken out by Nebula Pavilion to test the talent of its disciples, it had probably been spread around for a long time. However, no one was able to comprehend the so-called immemorial star-gazing art from it. Lin Feng felt that the rumors might not be true. If the immemorial star-gazing art really existed in the star-gazing chart, why was no one able to comprehend its profundity? After all, over the years, who knew how many proud sons of heaven and supreme experts had seen the star-gazing chart? Lin Feng carefully looked at the star-gazing chart. His vision suddenly became blurry, and star-gazing chart after star-gazing chart appeared in his mind. It was like a star-gazing chart was made up of 7 stars, and it was shaped like a spoon. One of the stars was a brown bear. One of the stars was a half-man, half-horse strange beast. One of the star-gazing chart was a huge dragon. Star-gazing chart after star-gazing chart appeared in Lin Feng's mind. In the end, more than 700 star-gazing chart appeared in Lin Feng's mind. After looking at more than 700 star-gazing chart, Lin Feng felt that his mind was somewhat exhausted. Supreme God Nebula was able to observe 38,000 star-gazing chart, but I only observed 739 star-gazing chart. Divine spirit realm cultivators are indeed powerful. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Then Lin Feng sat cross-legged and absorbed a portion of the moon essence from the heaven star Soul Jade. His soul energy quickly recovered, and he became full of energy again. Then Lin Feng observed the star-gazing chart for the second time. This time, he only exhausted his mental energy after seeing 745 star-gazing chart. This star-gazing chart is really mysterious. I can clearly feel that when my mental energy is completely exhausted, I will absorb the moon essence from the heaven star Soul Jade, and my soul energy will greatly increase. This is only the star-gazing chart, and not the immemorial star-gazing art. If I can obtain the immemorial star-gazing art, my soul energy should increase at an extremely fast speed. Lin Feng couldn't help but think to himself. He gazed at the stars twice that night, and it was almost dawn. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the bed, circulating the archaic dragon-esque elephant art. The room was filled with high-grade spirit stones, and large amounts of spiritual qi flowed into Lin Feng's body, being absorbed by him. When the sun was high in the sky, Lin Feng stopped cultivating. He sensed the condensed real qi in his body. Lin Feng was quite satisfied. If everything went well, he should be able to advance to the 9th heavenly layer in 3 months. I wonder when my undying bloodline will awaken. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. He was a bit expectant from his father's jade tube. He learned that the immortal bloodline should be a very powerful bloodline. As for its specific uses, Lin Feng still didn't know. In fact, Lin Feng could use pills to awaken his immortal bloodline, but using pills to awaken his own bloodline had side effects. Pills contained pill toxins that would fuse with the bloodline as it awakened, causing the power of the awakened bloodline to weaken. Back then, he'd used the archaic blood demon pill to awaken Zi Yuan's bloodline because her talent was simply too poor. Furthermore, Zi Yuan had been in a very depressed state at the time. Furthermore, Lin Feng had felt that Zi Yuan's bloodline wasn't very strong, so he'd given her the archaic blood demon pill to awaken her bloodline. He hadn't expected that she would awaken the sacred ancestor bloodline, a powerful bloodline that only appeared in legends. Lin Feng's situation was different from Zi Yuan's. Even if Lin Feng didn't awaken his immortal bloodline, his talent was already strong enough, so there was no need for him to use pills to awaken his immortal bloodline. Natural awakening. Only by awakening his bloodline would he be able to reach the level of the strongest bloodline. Over the next few days, more and more people came to stay. They were all new people who were going to participate in the exam. Lan Yang, Lan Qianqian, Sun Yaer, and Gu Xian were also in the courtyard where Lin Feng, Yufan, and Han Shuo were staying. They greeted each other, but Lin Feng wasn't very close to them. Little brother Lin Feng, what do you think of the stargazing map? Tao Shi asked with a smile as she entered Lin Feng's room. In a room diagonally opposite, Sun Yair, Gu Xian, and Lan Qianshan were discussing their gains from the stargazing map. When they saw Tao Shi enter Lin Feng's room, the door closed. Gu Xian said in a strange tone, I didn't think that Lin Feng would actually like someone like Tao Shi. Lan Qianshan frowned slightly. She didn't like discussing other people in private. Lan Qianshan said, Tao Shi is our teacher. If we speak ill of her behind her back, and she hears about it, we won't have a good time. What teacher? She's just temporarily assigned to watch over us. This Tao Shi is very famous. It's said that she has affairs with many men, including elders and deacons. She even has affairs with many disciples. It seems that Tao Shi has hooked up with Lin Feng. How could there be such a fickle woman? Lan Qianshan couldn't help but look disgusted. When she thought about how Lin Feng was with a woman like Tao Shi, she couldn't help but feel disgusted. However, Lan Qianshan didn't care too much about these things. After all, she wasn't familiar with Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, Not bad. I got a dozen or so maps. Tao Shi said, Although a dozen isn't outstanding, it's enough to pass. After saying that, Tao Shi pressed her body against Lin Feng's, and Lin Feng could smell a faint fragrance coming from her body. Ahem, big sister Shi, you're pressing against me, Lin Feng said, awkwardly. Tao Shi seemed to be as fickle as the rumors said. Not only did she not dodge, but she also sat on Lin Feng's lap. She gently stroked Lin Feng's chest and said, When I saw your might that day, I felt wet. You want to have a taste? Tao Shi's words were extremely provocative. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He had heard some things about Tao Shi in the past 2 days, but Lin Feng didn't know if those rumors were true. However, he didn't care. Big sister Shi, are you serious? Aren't you afraid of being overheard in broad daylight? Lin Feng looked at Tao Shi with a smile that wasn't a smile. Tao Shi's lustful eyes returned to normal. She stood up and said with a charming smile, Let's do it tonight, then. She giggled, and her pair of big white rabbits bounced back and forth. It was very alluring, but Lin Feng didn't look at Tao Shi. Tao Shi couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. She had seduced him like this, but why didn't he have any evil thoughts? Tao Shi couldn't understand Lin Feng's thoughts, so she quickly ran away from Lin Feng. Chapter 496. Tao Shi didn't come that night, and Lin Feng didn't even see her for the next few days. After waiting for a few days, the first test finally began. The cultivators who came to take the test were divided into batches and entered the testing hall. A stone platform was placed in the middle of the testing hall, and on the stone platform, there were runes imprinted. The cultivator who wanted to take the test came before the stone platform and placed his hand on it. A star chart would appear. Then, the disciple taking the test had to draw the star chart they saw. Nebula Pavilion wasn't afraid of disciples cheating because the testing elders of Nebula Pavilion all had a very special martial soul. They could sense whether someone was lying or not. If one were to talk about the star chart they used to communicate with others, it would definitely cause some subtle changes in the body due to lying. For example, the heart would beat faster, the pupils would contract slightly, the change in mood, and so on. These were all methods used by the Nebula Pavilion elders to determine whether a cultivator was lying or not. The accuracy of these very experienced elders was almost 100%. One cultivator after another went to take the test. The elimination rate of the first test was extremely high, reaching 50%. Most of the cultivators who passed were only able to see a dozen or so star charts. At this time, A young man around 20 years old went up. This person was called Lu Ming, and he actually saw 72 star charts, causing a commotion. He was immediately listed as a key observation target by the testing elders, causing many people to be envious. The most shocking thing was still Lan Qianqian, who actually observed 149 star charts, causing the elder in charge of the test to be incomparably happy. This Lan Qianqian's talent is astonishing. Lin Feng couldn't help but think to himself. Yu Fan, on the other hand, had observed 52 star charts and was ranked third. Han Shuo observed 9 stargazing charts and barely passed. But at least he had passed the first test. Lin Feng wasn't ostentatious. If he were to say that he saw more than 700 star charts, he would probably be immediately imprisoned by Nebula Pavilion for research. At that time, he wouldn't even know how he died. After joining a large sect, one had to be careful and hide one's strength. Keeping secrets and making a fortune in silence was the way of the king. Lin Feng had drawn 50 stargazing maps. It wasn't considered ostentatious, but even with 50 stargazing maps, he was still ranked in the top 10. After the test, Lin Feng, Yu Fan, and Han Shuo left the testing hall. Mo Xiaoxia and the rest completed their test in another hall. Looking at their happy faces, they should have passed the first test. After seeing Lin Feng, Yu Fan, Mo Xiaoxia and the rest hurried over to greet them. Lin Feng chatted with them briefly before leaving with Yu Fan and Han Shuo. Mo Xiaoxia sighed. He could feel that Lin Feng was estranged from them. He couldn't help but feel a deep sense of disgust towards Wu Yang and the others. If it weren't for Wu Yang, Xue Sun, and the others mocking and ridiculing, their relationship wouldn't have deteriorated to this point. Lin Feng might have become a powerful expert in the future, but now he was estranged from Lin Feng. He was filled with regret. Young master, look, isn't that Lin Feng? Right now, the Eastern Divine Prefecture's Ao Tian ancient capital is looking for this brat. No wonder we couldn't find him. He ran to the desolate region. A cultivator in the distance pointed at Lin Feng, who was walking away. It really is that brat. Shun Yuyang looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. Shun Yuyang was the young master of the Heavenly Dragon Merchant Guild. In the past, he had evil intentions toward Shangguan Fei'er. After a conflict with Lin Feng, he had spent a huge sum of money to hire assassins from the Assassin dynasty to assassinate Lin Feng. However, the assassins were killed by Lin Feng instead. Later on, Shun Yuyang disappeared from the true Martial Empire's imperial capital without a trace. He probably knew that the matter had been exposed, so he left the true Martial Empire. This guy actually appeared in the desolate region. Shun Yuyang sneered. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. That brat is unlucky to have met me here. He waved his hand and left with his followers. Shun Yuyang entered a courtyard in the depths of Nebula Pavilion. This was where Elder Xing Xian rested. After Elder Xing Xian saw Shun Yuyang, he was extremely happy. Elder Xing Xian's cousin was Shun Yuyang's mother. In fact, even Shun Yuyang didn't know that his real father was Elder Xing Xian. Back then, Elder Xing Xian's identity was just an ordinary deacon of Nebula Pavilion. Shun Yuyang's mother was a disciple of Nebula Pavilion. At that time, Shun Yuyang's mother was already engaged to the founder of the Heavenly Dragon Merchant Guild, who was also Shun Yuyang's nominal father, Shun Tianlong. After getting pregnant, Shun Tianyu's mother left Nebula Pavilion and married Shun Tianlong, giving birth to Shun Yuyang. Only Elder Xing Xian and Shun Yuyang's mother knew about this. No one else knew, so Elder Xing Xian treated Shun Yuyang very well. "How's your mother?" Elder Xing Xian asked. "Mother is fine," Shun Yuyang said. After a pause, Shun Yuyang hesitated. "You seem to have something to say." Why are you hemming and hawing? Shen Yuyang said, Uncle, it's like this. When I was in the Eastern Divine Province, I was almost killed by a brat. I just saw him at Nebula Pavilion. Hearing that Shun Yuyang had almost been killed by someone, Elder Xing Xian's expression suddenly sank. Elder Xing Xian asked, Who was it? It was a brat called Lin Feng. He's a demonic spy and is unpardonably evil. He's currently wanted by Ao Tian Ancient Capital. I don't know how he came to the wasteland, but it seems like he's participating in Nebula Pavilion's test. As Shun Yuyang spoke, he naturally wanted to viciously slander Lin Feng. It's him? Elder Xing Xian frowned, slightly. Uncle, do you know him? Shun Yuyang asked. This brat once contributed a treasure to an almighty from Nebula Pavilion. That almighty asked Nebula Pavilion to take care of him, Elder Xing Xian said with a frown. As for Shun Yuyang's claim that Lin Feng was a demonic spy, Elder Xing Xian didn't believe it. How could Almighty Zong Yin not be able to tell if Lin Feng was a demonic spy? Uncle, back then I almost died at that brat's hands. If I hadn't escaped quickly enough, we would have been separated by life and death. Shun Yuyang continued to add oil to the fire. He knew that this uncle of his seemed to have an extraordinary love for him. The more miserable he made himself sound, the angrier his uncle would be. Shun Yuyang secretly glanced at his uncle. Seeing the gloomy expression on his uncle's face, Shun Yuyang felt happy in his heart. He continued to speak. Uncle, think about it. Why would a powerhouse pay attention to a little cultivator? Even if he died, it could be said that he died while gaining experience. Those powerhouses would also not investigate the truth for a little cultivator, right? Moreover, almighties often go into seclusion for years or even decades. By the time they come out, they'll have long forgotten about a brat they've only met once. Elder Xing Xian nodded. Even if you really want to get rid of that brat, you have to do it cleanly. How about this? I'll send someone to help you get rid of him. Elder Xing Xian summoned a servant and had LV Shihai released. When LV Shihai saw Elder Xing Xian, he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Elder Xing Xian said, LV Shihai, I'll give you a chance to atone for your crimes. Help my nephew kill someone, and once you're done, I'll restore your position. Shihai is willing to do anything for you. May I know who you want me to kill, sir? Lin Feng. Elder Xing Xian sneered. When he heard that the person he wanted to kill was Lin Feng, LV Shihai was so excited that his whole body trembled. He said, Even if you don't tell me, I can't wait to cut that brat into pieces. All right, I'm not worried about you. However, that brat seems to know soul techniques. You don't have to compete with him in soul techniques. Just use your soul to protect your own soul, then use your cultivation to crush him. You can easily take his life, Elder Xing Xian said. Elder Xing Xuan said, I understand. I'll definitely kill that brat, said Lin Feng. LV Shihai said, fiercely, All right, you may leave. Elder Xing Xian waved his hand. LV Shihai retreated. Shen Yuyang said, Uncle, this LV Shihai, once we're done, he can't be left alive. Elder Xing Xian's eyes flashed with killing intent. Chapter 497. Within his room, Lin Feng was comprehending the star charts. He could now comprehend 872 star charts. During this period of time, Lin Feng had been comprehending the star charts every day. When his soul energy was exhausted, he would immediately absorb the moon essence from the heaven astral soul jade to recover. Once his soul energy recovered, he could feel that his soul energy had improved by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, Lin Feng had discovered a very important problem. The more star charts he comprehended, the more his soul energy would increase after he recovered. If he could only comprehend 100 star charts, the increase in his soul energy would be extremely limited. However, if he could comprehend 700 star charts or more, the effects would be very obvious. Lin Feng was extremely happy. Even though he hadn't been able to find any clues about the ancient stargazing technique, he could still use it to improve his soul strength. "Brother Lin, someone's looking for you." Han Shua's voice came from outside. Lin Feng opened the door and asked curiously, "Who's looking for me?" "It's an outer courtyard disciple. He's waiting outside." Han Shua scratched his head. Lin Feng nodded and said, "I'll go take a look." When he arrived outside, the outer courtyard disciple looked at Lin Feng and asked, "You must be Brother Lin, right?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right, it's me. May I know why you're looking for me?" "I'm not looking for Brother Lin. I'm just here to deliver a letter." The outer courtyard disciple handed a letter to Lin Feng and left. Lin Feng opened the letter and saw that it said, "Brother Lin, please come to the Northwest Bamboo Forest for a meeting with an old friend." There was no name on the letter. An old friend? Who could it be? How strange. It's so secretive. I don't know many people in the desolate region. Could it be someone from the eastern province? Lin Feng frowned. Although he didn't know who the other party was. What was it about? In the end, Lin Feng still decided to take a look. He only informed Yu Fan and Han Shua before leaving his residence and heading towards the northwest bamboo forest of Nebula Pavilion. This was a large bamboo forest. Very few people came here, and it was very quiet. Now that the sky was gradually darkening, walking in the bamboo forest, one could even hear their own footsteps and heartbeats. "Who invited me here? Why don't you come out and meet me?" Lin Feng looked around, but there was not a single figure. At the top of a bamboo tree not far from Lin Feng, a pair of cold eyes stared at Lin Feng. Whoosh! This person rushed towards Lin Feng as fast as lightning and sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng's back. "Humph! I've been guarding against you." Lin Feng sneered. Since this letter was so strange, Lin Feng was naturally very careful. His divine sense was constantly scanning the surroundings. Sensing the terrifying aura behind him, Lin Feng quickly flew into the distance. He bounced up and instantly flew more than 20 meters away, dodging the opponent's fatal attack. The person who had attacked Lin Feng by surprise had struck the air. "LV Shihai, why is it you?" Seeing the person who attacked, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Wasn't LV Shihai imprisoned? Why was he released? It must have been Elder Xing Xian. Even if Elder Xing Xian released LV Shihai, he should have warned LV Shihai not to provoke him. If LV Shihai dared to kill a disciple who came to Nebula Pavilion for the assessment, he would definitely not be able to escape punishment. LV Shihai definitely wouldn't have such guts. Someone was conniving with LV Shihai. Thoughts flashed through Lin Feng's mind. He instantly thought of many things, and finally, he thought of Elder Xing Xian. If someone was conniving with LV Shihai to kill him, then it must be Elder Xing Xian. However, he had no enmity with Elder Xing Xian, so why would he want to kill him? "Brat, you didn't expect me to come out so quickly, did you?" LV Shihai looked at Lin Feng with a venomous gaze and said sinisterly, "Look, the place I chose for you to be buried isn't bad, right?" LV Shihai looked as if he was certain that he could defeat Lin Feng. In LV Shihai's opinion, as long as Lin Feng didn't launch a sneak attack on his soul, then Lin Feng would definitely die. "Elder Xing Xian purposely let you go so that you could kill me." Lin Feng took a deep breath and said with a gloomy expression. LV Shihai was slightly stunned, but then he sneered and said, "You're really smart. You even guessed that." "Why does he want to kill me?" Lin Feng asked in a low voice. "It's not Elder Xing Xian who wants to kill you. It's one of his juniors who wants to kill you. That brat seems to be called Shun Yuyang." LV Shihai sneered. Shen Yuyang. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. So it was him. Back then, Shun Yuyang had spent a lot of money to hire an assassin to kill him, but he had killed that assassin. After that, Shun Yuyang had disappeared from the imperial capital. Lin Feng hadn't thought that he would meet Shun Yuyang here. His face immediately became filled with killing intent. Brat, prepare to die. When he saw that Lin Feng was stunned, LV Shihai laughed evilly and directly rushed towards Lin Feng. This time, LV Shihai wasn't as careless as before. He seemed to know that Lin Feng's secret soul technique was very powerful, so before he attacked, he released a strong qi to protect his body before using a soul technique to defend himself. After doing that, he relaxed. It had to be said that LV Shihai was very cautious. If Lin Feng hadn't cultivated the miniature soul technique, he wouldn't have been able to do anything to LV Shihai. But now, Lin Feng had cultivated the miniature soul technique. It was too powerful. A yin-yang cultivator could block Lin Feng's miniature soul technique, but it was too difficult for LV Shihai to block it. Buzz. With a single thought, the tiny soul cultivator hugged his sword and rushed towards LV Shihai. Slash! The sword slashed down, instantly tearing apart LV Shihai's protective qi. Then, the miniature soul attacked LV Shihai's soul. What kind of secret soul technique is this? How can it be so powerful? LV Shihai was astonished. He hadn't thought that his protective qi would be torn apart so easily, but when he remembered that he had already used a soul technique, LV Shihai heaved a sigh of relief. A golden bell appeared in LV Shihai's mind, protecting his soul. Spiritual man hugs the sword. In an instant, he arrived in front of the golden bell and directly slashed at it. LV Shihai sneered. It's useless. You can't break through my golden bell's defense unless your soul power is at least at the 7th layer of the yin-yang realm. Slash. In the next moment, the miniature soul's sword shattered the golden bell. What's going on? LV Shihai cried out in horror. Lin Feng sneered. My soul is already at the 8th layer of the yin-yang realm. As soon as he said that, the miniature soul slashed at LV Shihai's soul. Ah! LV Shihai screamed miserably as he clutched his head. Because of the intense pain, his face was distorted. Die! Lin Feng rushed forward and smashed LV Shihai's head with a bang. Rumble! In the sky, thunder and lightning intersected. Dark clouds rolled, and rain poured down. It's raining, Lin Feng muttered. In the rain, he walked into the distance. Chapter 498. It wasn't the first time Shen Yuyang had come to Nebula Pavilion. It was normal for him to have more than one lover in Nebula Pavilion. After all, Shun Yuyang's uncle was one of the 5 great elders of Nebula Pavilion's outer court. With such an identity, many ordinary female disciples of Nebula Pavilion wanted to climb up the big tree that was Shun Yuyang. Damn, this damned weather. Shun Yuyang walked out of Elder Xing Xian's courtyard. A servant followed behind him, holding an umbrella for him. But even with the umbrella, his clothes were still drenched by the rain. Young master, which beauty are you planning to visit? The servant beside him couldn't help but ask enviously. He had followed Shen Yuyang for many years and naturally knew what kind of person Shen Yuyang was. He was definitely going out to meet his lovers, and this Shen Yuyang had 7 or 8 lovers in Nebula Pavilion. Just thinking about it made people envious and jealous. The servant couldn't help but curse in his heart. Isn't it just that my background can't compare to this grandson's? My talent is much better than his. But it was this background that destined Shen Yuyang to be the master and himself to be the servant. Sometimes when he thought about it, it was really depressing. While Shen Yuyang was playing with women in the room, he could only keep watch outside. to that slut Li Ruoyu's residence. Thinking about Li Ruoyu's flirtatious behavior in bed, Shun Yuyang felt his mouth go dry and a ball of evil fire burn in his lower abdomen. His footsteps couldn't help but quicken. In this downpour, there was basically no one walking around in Nebula Pavilion. To reach Li Ruoyu's residence, one had to pass through 3 courtyards and a willow forest to reach the female disciple's residence. "Young master, look, there's someone in front." The servant pointed at the person standing in the middle of the forest with his back facing them. It was faintly possible to see that it was a man, but the sky was dark, so it wasn't particularly clear. Shin Yuyang cursed in a low voice. "Is this person sick? Drenched in the rain in the middle of the night? Who knows, maybe he's an unlucky guy who was dumped by a female disciple and wants to hang himself here." The manservant replied. "How unlucky." Shin Yuyang curled his lips. Soon, Shin Yuyang arrived beside the unlucky guy. Suddenly, the unlucky guy turned around. Rumble! First, there was the sound of thunder, followed by a flash of lightning across the sky. Shin Yuyang looked at the unlucky guy, who turned around to look at him. But when Shin Yuyang saw that face, his face turned pale with fright. Are you a human or a ghost?" Shun Yuyang was so scared that he fell to the ground. This Shun Yuyang was just a good-for-nothing. He did not have much cultivation. The manservant's face was also pale with fright. He turned around and ran. Whoosh! Lin Feng waved his right hand, and a cold light flashed. In an instant, a sharp cold light shot out and tore the escaping manservant into 2 halves. "Are you calling me a human or a ghost?" Lin Feng looked at Shun Yuyang coldly. Shun Yuyang's face paled as he cried out, "It wasn't me who killed you, it was LV Shihai. Don't worry, my uncle will secretly get rid of LV Shihai tomorrow to avenge you. Every injustice has its perpetrator. Every debt has its debtor. If you have any enmity or hatred, hurry up and find LV Shihai. You really are a piece of trash." Lin Feng looked coldly at Shun Yuyang. Lin Feng was afraid of dirtying his hands by killing such a piece of trash. "You're a human?" Shun Yuyang finally came back to his senses. His heart was filled with shock. He had countless doubts. LV Shihai was a 10th layer Martial King. Why hadn't he killed this brat? Could it be that LV Shihai had escaped? The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. But now, Shun Yuyang knew that it was not the time to fuss over such things. He had to think about how to escape from Lin Feng's clutches. As long as he did not die today, then this brat would die soon. At that time, he would beg his uncle to personally take action and capture this brat. At that time, he would cut this brat into 1,000 pieces and torture him to death. Thinking of this, he could endure all the begging and all the humiliation for the time being. Shin Yuyang knelt on the ground and begged loudly, "Spare me, my life is worthless. I can give you a lot of money. I can even ask my uncle to train you. My uncle is Elder Xingxian. As long as he focuses on training you, your cultivation will definitely advance by leaps and bounds in the future. You will definitely achieve meteoric success." As soon as Shun Yuyang finished speaking, he heard a pu sound. Then Shun Yuyang felt pain in his right leg. He turned his head and saw that his entire right leg had been cut off at some point. Blood was gushing out, mixing with the rain. Shun Yuyang let out an incomparably mournful scream. His whole body fell to the ground, twitching violently. "No, don't kill me. If you kill me, my uncle won't let you go." Shun Yuyang looked at Lin Feng in horror. Shun Yuyang really did not want to die. Pooh! But Lin Feng's response was a gentle slash of blade qi from his right hand. His left leg was cut off in an instant. Because his leg was separated from his body too quickly, Shun Yuyang did not even feel any pain. But soon, endless pain engulfed his whole body. Ah, how can this be? Save me! Save me! Shen Yuyang wailed loudly, hoping that someone would come and save him. But it was a rainy night, and there was no one around. Only he and Lin Feng were here. It's no use. Even if someone came, they wouldn't be able to save you. I've set up an illusion formation here. Lin Feng finally opened his mouth. His voice was surprisingly calm. It was very pleasant to hear, and it was also very attractive, but when Shun Yuyang heard it, he only felt an endless amount of fear. As long as you don't kill me, I'll agree to any of your conditions. Shun Yuyang looked at Lin Feng pleadingly. The conflict between you and me was not a serious one, but you wanted to kill me. You crossed my bottom line. I won't let someone who wants to kill me live. Lin Feng waved his right hand. Pooh! Pooh! Two ripping sounds were heard, and Shun Yuyang's arms were cut off. He couldn't even twitch. Blood kept flowing out of his wounds. Shun Yuyang let out a terrified and mournful scream. Lin Feng walked away. Thunder rumbled through the sky. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. Shun Yuyang looked at the heavy rain in the sky. He felt that his blood was flowing out little by little, and he felt that his consciousness was gradually dissipating. He realized that he could no longer feel pain. Why did I provoke him? That was the last thought that flashed through Shun Yuyang's mind. Endless darkness swallowed him. Chapter 4:99. Lin Feng stood in the rain and looked at the courtyard in the distance. He couldn't go back, and he couldn't say goodbye to Yu Fan and Han Shuo. Only by leaving quietly could Yu Fan and Han Shuo be safe. He believed that Elder Xing Xian wouldn't be stupid enough to punish Yu Fan and Han Shuo. Secretly killing him had already offended Almighty Zhong Yun. If he killed Yu Fan and Han Shuo as well, wouldn't it be slapping Lord Zhong Yun's face? He was just a yin-yang realm cultivator, so he didn't dare to do such a thing. Perhaps we'll meet again one day. I'm leaving. Lin Feng flew out of Nebula Pavilion. Nebula Pavilion was surrounded by a huge formation, so it was forbidden to fly here. Lin Feng could only leave through the main entrance. He was stopped by the guards. Don't you know that Nebula Pavilion is forbidden to enter at night? The guard's voice was cold. There were more than 20 guards here, and they were all very strong. Moreover, the formation had been activated, so it was impossible to force his way out. Lin Feng frowned. He felt that things were very troublesome. If he couldn't leave now, it would be very difficult to do so in the future. This was because Elder Xing Xian might realize that something was wrong soon. Even if he couldn't discover Shun Yuyang's death, LV Shihai, who had been ordered to kill him, still hadn't given him a reply. Just this point alone was enough to arouse suspicion. At this moment, a woman walked over from afar. It was Tao Shi. She was wrapped in black clothes and came in front of Lin Feng. She whispered, "Grab my waist, I'll take you out." Lin Feng revealed a grateful expression. He hugged Tao Shi's willow snake demon. "Oh, isn't this Deacon Tao? What are you doing in the middle of the night?" The guard commander looked at Tao Shi's hot body with a perverted smile. Tao Shi snorted and said flirtatiously, "You damn ghost, can't you tell what I'm doing? You really don't know how to handle things properly. You actually made me come out personally before you let me in? TSK, TSK. I was wondering why this brat wanted to go out in the middle of the night. It turns out that he's going to meet a beautiful woman. Deacon Tao, it's not that I can't let you out, but when are you going to let me kiss you? I've been waiting for a long time. I've been wanting to let you see how strong I am." That guard commander was full of obscene words. The rest of the guards also laughed loudly and jeered. Pairs of wolf-like eyes stared at Tao Shi's hot and tender body, wishing that they could immediately strip Tao Shi naked. Tao Shi smiled and said, "Sure, let's find a time to spar. I'm afraid that your body won't last more than 10 minutes. Ha, Deacon Tao, even if our captain can't hold on, there's still us. We can line up and guarantee that you'll ascend to the heavens, the guard said with a lewd smile. Scram, I'm very strong. That guard commander happily opened the restriction and personally sent Tao Shi and Lin Feng off. Looking at Lin Feng's back, he couldn't help but curse. This brat will be served by Tao Shi tonight. He'll definitely die from pleasure. Thinking that he would also have a chance to kiss her, his mood improved greatly. What the hell is going on? Why are you in such a hurry to leave Nebula Pavilion? Tao Shi asked. At this moment, Tao Shi no longer had her flirtatious attitude. Lin Feng realized that he couldn't see through this woman. Was she really like the rumors in Nebula Pavilion? Was she really a promiscuous and fickle woman? Lin Feng said, You'll know tomorrow. Please tell my two brothers to be on guard against Elder Xing Xian. I will, Tao Shi said. Lin Feng turned to leave, but Tao Shi said with a trembling voice, Can you hug me? Lin Feng turned to look at Tao Shi. She was standing in the darkness, trembling. He didn't know if it was because of the cold or because she was nervous after making such a request. This woman probably had a lot of stories. Lin Feng reached out and hugged Tao Shi's soft body. Tao Shi tightly hugged Lin Feng's waist and gently kissed Lin Feng's ear. She suddenly realized that this young man's embrace was really warm. Perhaps only someone like this could disregard their own safety for a friend. Unfortunately, he had to leave now. Perhaps they would never meet again in this lifetime. 1 month later, 10,000 Dharmaseks Recruitment Hall. Name. The deacon in charge of recording the name asked. Lin Feng. Letter of recommendation. I don't have a letter of recommendation, but my background is clean. I can accept the sex investigation, said Lin Feng. Humph, who knows if you can fake your identity? If you don't have a letter of recommendation, why are you here? Hurry up and leave. I'm the only one who's easy to talk to. If the elders find out, you'll suffer. The deacon groaned coldly. What's going on? A middle-aged cultivator walked over. Elder Luo's son is here. A commotion broke out in the crowd. Luo's son was one of the 3 elders in charge of the recruitment. He was at the yin-yang layer. This little boy doesn't have a letter of recommendation, said the deacon. You want to join the 10,000 Dharma sect without a letter of recommendation? You think you can just join the 10,000 Dharma sect? Piss off. Luo's son waved his hand, and Lin Feng was thrown out of the hall. What a 10,000 Dharma sect. Lin Feng looked gloomy. He didn't stop and left the 10,000 Dharma sect. 2 months later, Deity Sword Mountain Villa. Deity Sword Mountain Villa isn't a place that just anyone can join. The elder of Deity Sword Mountain Villa, Fu Ju, smiled coldly and threw Lin Feng out of the mountain gate. Said Lin Feng, sighing, Those 4 influential groups were the most powerful groups in Huangyu. Therefore, many people wanted to join them. They were also very strict in selecting disciples. Without a letter of recommendation, one couldn't even register. When I become successful, you'll regret it, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng spat at the gate of Deity Sword Mountain Villa. He left Deity Sword Mountain Villa. Lin Feng planned to go to the 4th strongest sect, the Blue Cloud sect, to try his luck. Even though the Blue Cloud sect had lost their precious technique, the Patching Heaven technique, their strength had decreased a lot. But as the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. The Blue Cloud sect was still a monstrous existence. It couldn't be compared to the ancient groups. The Blue Cloud sect was located in the northwest of Huangyu, in a mountain range. After 3 months, Lin Feng finally arrived in a small town not far from the Blue Cloud sect. It was called Ice Flame Town. It was said that a strong cultivator from the Blue Cloud sect named Xia Bingyan had built it. Ice Flame Town was very lively. People were coming and going. Lin Feng found an inn and took a bath. He put on some clean clothes and went to the Qing Feng restaurant across the street. He ordered some good food and wine and started eating alone. After a short time, there was a commotion outside. Lin Feng turned around and saw a young man in white clothes riding a raging flame beast. That young man in white clothes was extremely handsome and had attracted many people's attention. That's the son of the first wife of the ancient Yu clan. He's 20 this year and has already cultivated to the 8th layer of the Martial King realm. He's really a rising star. Sooner or later, he'll enter the Yinyang realm and become a big shot. So he's the genius from Yu clan. I think he's called Yu Zaij. Why did he come to the Blue Cloud sect? Isn't it because he heard that the Blue Cloud sect has the Patching Heaven technique? Is he here to learn the Patching Heaven technique? Rumor has it that the Patching Heaven technique wasn't lost. It was just hidden in a corner of the Blue Cloud sect by an ancestor. A few geniuses joined the Blue Cloud sect for the Patching Heaven technique. Many people were discussing. Yu Zaij was extraordinarily handsome and in high spirits, causing many female cultivators to scream. Yu Zaij smiled and waved at a beautiful female cultivator. At this moment, a figure leaped out of the void and kicked towards Yu Zaij. Bang! This kick landed on Yu Zaij's face and sent Yu Zaij flying. What the hell? What's going on? Many people stared at the scene in front of them, dumbfounded. Chapter 500. The attacker was also very young, about 20 years old. He was slightly plump, and his eyes were darting around. Damn it, he actually beat Yu Zaij up like this. Many female cultivators saw Yu Zaij's swollen face, and their murderous gazes turned towards the cultivator who ambushed Yu Zaij. Tianzhong Dao, I'll kill you! Yu Zaij roared angrily. Just a moment ago, he was the center of attention, a dragon among men. Now he was kicked in the face. Yu Zaij was very depressed. Who's afraid of who? The man who was called Tianzhong Dao by Yu Zaij stuttered. Whoosh! Yu Zaij took out a battle spear, and that battle spear spewed out cold light. As for Tianzhong Dao, he took out a kitchen knife. Damn! Many people rolled their eyes when they saw Tianzhong Dao's weapon. This guy's weapon was too strange. What kind of power could a rusty kitchen knife have? Tianzhong Dao muttered. You guys don't understand. This is my father. Before he died, left to me. After Tianzhong Dao finished speaking, he finally let out a long breath. Many people were speechless, leaving a kitchen knife for his son before he died. This damn father was also a weirdo. Boom. Yu Zaij's body emitted a terrifying aura. His hands trembled slightly, and his spear emitted a cold light. Yu Zaij jumped up and attacked Tianzhong Dao. Old man, I'm afraid of you. Tianzhong Dao stuttered as he shouted. Wielding the kitchen knife, he charged towards Yu Zaij without fear. Stop! At this moment, a cold shout was heard. The law enforcement team is here. The law enforcement team is here. We can't watch the show anymore. Someone muttered. In the distance, there were more than 20 cultivators riding on black flame beasts. These cultivators were very young. They were all in their 20s or 30s, but no one dared to underestimate them because these people were the Blue Cloud Sect's law enforcement team. Seeing the arrival of the law enforcement team, Yu Zaij's expression became gloomy. He put away his spear. Ice Flame Town forbids private fights. If you fight privately, you'll be expelled. If you want to go to the Blue Cloud sect to participate in the exam, you'll be disqualified. The leading disciple said coldly. Misunderstanding. Tianzhong Dao stuttered. We're just messing around. Tianzhong Dao quickly put away his kitchen knife and stuttered. The leading disciple rolled his eyes. It was really hard to listen to this kid talk. He replied, "That's for the best. Don't cause any more trouble. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." Tianzhongdao, Tianzhongdao, and Tianzhongdao, Tianzhongdao Yuzai glared at Tianzhongdao and said coldly, "Tianzhongdao, just you wait. I'll make you kneel on the ground and beg for forgiveness for what happened today. Repenting, repenting, repent, 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 repent. You're of Tian." Tian Zhongdao spat on the ground. Yuzai sneered. He rode on the black flame beast and quickly flew away. He didn't have the face to stay in this place. My handsome face. I wonder if it's disfigured. Yuzai just wanted to find a place to check his face. Tian Zhongdao looked around and saw a restaurant nearby. He went to the second floor and said, "Come, let's have a bowl of noodles." "Sir, you only want a bowl of noodles?" The waiter curled his lips and asked to be able to open a restaurant in the ice flame town. It was obvious that there was an extraordinary power behind this restaurant. Even the waiter's nose could be raised to the sky. What? You're not selling?" asked Tian Zhongdao. "Of course, 1 bowl of noodles for 1 gold coin," said the waiter. You want to rob? Tian Zhongdao almost jumped up. "Our noodles are different. You'll know after you eat it. If you don't even have enough money, then get lost," said the waiter. Tian Zhongdao angrily said, "It's really a dragon, swimming, being toyed with by prawns, tiger, falling, flat, being bullied by dogs." "What are you talking about?" The waiter's eyes widened. Tian Zhongdao snorted coldly, got up and walked outside. "Brother, if you don't mind, you can come over and have a seat," Lin Feng said with a smile. Thank you." Tian Zhongdao was delighted and cupped his fists at Lin Feng. Lin Feng gave the waiter a gold coin as a tip, and the waiter left. "I'm Lin Feng. How should I address you, brother?" Tian Zhongdao. After the two of them got to know each other, they sat down and chatted while eating. Lin Feng said, "Brother, your cultivation isn't ordinary. You shouldn't have fallen to such a state, right?" Tian Zhongdao said fiercely, Yes, I was tricked by that Yuzai." "Oh, what do you mean?" Lin Feng asked. I met that grandson. That grandson said, there's a way to help me get a letter of introduction. And then I believed his nonsense and went with him to a small town, a courtyard, but I didn't think that someone knocked me out from behind. All that's left of me is this ancestral kitchen knife." Tian Zhongdao said fiercely. Lin Feng said, "Looks like Yuzai found out about Brother Tian's treasures." A treasure, precious jade, bloodstone jade. Tian Zhongdao said fiercely. Lin Feng was slightly shocked. The bloodstone jade was a precious treasure, and it could slowly improve a cultivator's bloodline. "Don't be anxious. Evil people have their retribution. We'll get it back sooner or later," Lin Feng advised. That's right. Tian Zhongdao nodded. The two of them were getting along better and better, and it was as if they regretted not having met earlier. Brother, do you also want to participate in the exam?" Tian Zhongdao asked. Lin Feng nodded. He sighed and said, "It's troublesome to not have a letter of recommendation." Simple. Let's go deep into the mountains and hunt beasts, sell them. Good price. Go to the black market. We can spend a lot of money, buy by recommendation letters. Money can make even ghosts push the millstone. Tian Zhongdao chuckled. "Oh, there's such a thing?" Lin Feng was shocked. I originally didn't know that this matter was very, very secretive. This was all told to me by Yuzaij, that grandson, Tian Zhongdao said. Suddenly, Tian Zhongdao's eyes flashed coldly as he stared outside. What's wrong? Lin Feng asked. Tian Zhongdao pointed at a person and said that guy turned into ashes. I know him. It's him. I saw that grandson in that courtyard. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Tian Zhongdao rushed out of the restaurant. Lin Feng threw down a few gold coins and chased after him. Chapter 501. The cultivator was very alert. When he saw Tian Zhongdao rushing over, he quickly ran in that direction. Bastard, you won't be able to escape. Tian Zhongdao shouted loudly. Brother Tian, you're not stuttering anymore? Lin Feng was surprised. Tian Zhongdao replied, I don't stutter when I'm especially excited. Lin Feng was speechless. Stuttering had something to do with one's emotions? The two of them quickly chased after the cultivator in front of them. Brother Tian, didn't you go back to that courtyard to take a look? Lin Feng asked. I did. It was just a run-down courtyard. Everyone had already left. But heaven never bars one's way. I actually met this bastard. Even though I only saw his side profile, as long as I look at him, even if it's just his back, the next time I see him, I'll be able to recognize if he's someone I've met before. And I've never been wrong. Tian Zhongdao said. Lin Feng was secretly shocked. Tian Zhongdao's distinguishing ability was very strong. Perhaps it was an ability unique to Tian Zhongdao, or perhaps it was related to his martial soul. Either way, it was extraordinary. Swoosh, 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 one of them fled. Two of them chased after him. Soon, they left the town and entered the forest. Brother, someone's chasing me. The cultivator shouted after entering the forest. Who's tired of living? Cold laughter rang out from the forest. Following that, more than a dozen silhouettes flew out. The one in the lead was a bare-chested man with a huge centipede tattoo on his body, which made him look ferocious and terrifying. So it's you, brat. You actually dared to look for trouble with me? Do you have a death wish? The centipede man sneered at Tian Zhongdao. Where's my bloodstone jade? Tian Zhongdao said fiercely. One of the cultivators sneered. Yo, why aren't you stuttering today? Tian Zhongdao was furious. He hated it when people called him a stutterer. This was also human nature. No one would want others to use their shortcomings to mock them. Lin Feng said, Brothers, you don't seem to be ordinary people. Brother Tian and I will soon become disciples of the Blue Cloud sect. You will have to stay in the Ice Flame Town in the future. One day, Brother Tian and I may receive orders from the sect to become members of the law enforcement team of the Ice Flame Town. Why make things so unpleasant? That bloodstone jade is my brother's family heirloom. Return it to my brother, and we won't get to know each other without fighting. How about it? Return? Brat, are you stupid? Just the two of you want to join the Blue Cloud sect. What a joke. A stutterer and a rookie actually dare to daydream? Another cultivator curled his lips and said disdainfully, In other words, you insist on taking my brother's things? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. F***CK. So what if it's dark? Do you know who we are? We are the Blue Cloud sect. If you offend us, you will die without a grave. The centipede man sneered, his tone full of threat. Brother, what are you waiting for? Kill these bastards. Lin Feng shouted coldly. I can't wait any longer. Tian Zhongdao was obviously not someone to be trifled with. He leaped out and pounced. Go, break these two brats' legs. The centipede man waved his hand. Brat, die. A group of more than 10 people rushed towards Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, violent collisions were heard, followed by shrill screams. The dozen people were all beaten to the ground by Lin Feng and Tianzhong Dao, wailing in pain. Whoosh! The centipede man turned and ran. Whoosh! Lin Feng disappeared in an instant and appeared in front of the centipede man. Brat, get out of my way! The centipede man shouted and threw a punch at Lin Feng. Bang! Lin Feng punched the man with the centipede and sent him flying. He didn't even have time to stand up. Before he could get up, Tianzhong Dao had already arrived in front of the centipede man and kicked him. Crack! The centipede man's right leg was broken. The centipede man let out a shrill scream. Tianzhong Dao pulled out his kitchen knife and said sinisterly, "Should I chop you all up?" "No, don't. We're young Master Zhao's men. If you kill us, he won't let you off." The centipede man shouted. "Who's young Master Zhao?" Lin Feng asked. "He's the grandson of Misty Sky Peak's third elder." The centipede man shouted. "So he's a disciple of the sect's upper echelon." Lin Feng and Tianzhong Dao frowned slightly. There was indeed something fishy about this. The centipede man and the others dared to act so recklessly because they had someone backing them. "What's your relationship with Yu Zaich?" Tianzhong Dao asked. "Master Yu's grandfather and young Master Zhao's grandfather are friends, so they know each other," the centipede man said. "Where's my bloodstone jade?" Tianzhong Dao asked. I already gave it to young Master Zhao," said Lin Feng. The centipede man said weakly. "Fuck!" Tianzhong Dao cursed and kicked out again, breaking the centipede man's other leg. He naturally knew that the bloodstone jade had fallen into the hands of that so-called young Master Zhao. It would be too difficult for him to get it back. "Don't be angry, Brother Tian. As long as you can join the Blue Cloud sect, you'll have plenty of chances to get your bloodstone jade back," Lin Feng said. Tianzhong Dao's eyes lit up. He and Lin Feng looted the storage rings of these people. He had plundered several thousand high-grade spirit stones from these people, as well as a prized flying sword, a prized magic robe, dozens of spirit magic robes, and so on. Looks like these bastards have done a lot of bad things. Tianzhong Dao cursed. Lin Feng and Tianzhong Dao split the loot and returned to Ice Flame Town. The black market was in the southwest corner of Ice Flame Town and would only open at night. Inside a small shop in the black market, the skinny old man looked at Lin Feng and Tianzhong Dao, who were sitting in front of him, and asked, "Are you the ones who want the recommendation letters?" "That's right." Lin Feng nodded. "One recommendation letter costs 100 high-grade spirit stones." The old man said, "Damn, why don't you just rob someone?" Tianzhong Dao shouted. One high-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. So 100 high-grade spirit stones was equivalent to 1 million low-grade spirit stones. That was definitely a sky-high price. Many yin-yang realm cultivators would feel the pinch if they had to fork out 100 high-grade spirit stones. He. The old man laughed. The old man strangely laughed and said, "You should know that we're taking a great risk by opening recommendation letters." "All right, we'll pay. Here are 200 high-grade spirit stones." Lin Feng took out the spirit stones and gave them to the old man. "Just wait," the old man said. He turned around and entered the room. It was obvious that the old man wasn't the one who had opened the recommendation letters. Those who could open recommendation letters were at least elders at the Yin-Yang realm or those who were on good terms with the Blue Cloud sect. An hour later, the old man came out with the recommendation letters. Lin Feng and Tianzhong Dao glanced at the letters and felt that there were no problems, so they put them away and left. Lin Feng said, "The Blue Cloud sect's higher-ups are thinking of all sorts of ways to secretly amass wealth. The sect's decline isn't without reason." Tianzhong Dao nodded and sighed. "That's right. Although the sect's secret technique disappeared, It shouldn't have declined so quickly. It's mainly because the higher-ups want to amass wealth, so it's natural for the sect to decline. However, even though the sect has declined, it's still one of the four great powers of the desolate region. Moreover, it's said that the heaven-mending technique is still hidden somewhere in the sect. Tian Zhongdao's eyes lit up when he mentioned the technique. Chapter 502. What's so special about the heaven-patching technique? Lin Feng asked. I'm not sure, but I heard that it's very heaven-defying. Tian Zhongdao said. Lin Feng nodded. The heaven-patching technique had been lost for too many years. The terrifying heaven-patching technique of the past had now become a secret technique of legends. Therefore, it was normal that Tian Zhongdao didn't know what kind of secret technique it was. However, just by hearing the name, it was obvious that the heaven-patching technique was unimaginably terrifying. We can't stay in Ice Flame Town for long. Let's go to the Blue Cloud sect to avoid unnecessary trouble. Lin Feng said. No problem. Tian Zhongdao nodded. On the way to the Blue Cloud sect, Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao met many people. They were obviously going to the Blue Cloud sect to participate in the exam. Many people stopped by a small stream. Everyone was resting, drinking water, and eating to replenish their energy. Old man, you're already so old, and you're still sending your family's children to the Blue Cloud sect to participate in the exam? A middle-aged cultivator smiled and looked at an old man resting next to him. The old man was stooped and looked to be in his 70s or 80s. He looked very old. However, when the old man heard the middle-aged cultivator's words, his eyes suddenly widened. Are you blind? I'm still very young, okay? And I'm not even married yet. Where did this young man come from? I'm here to participate in the Blue Cloud Sex exam. Buffed. Many people who were drinking water immediately spat it out. The old man curled his lips and said, What's the fuss about? Did the Blue Cloud sect say that I can't participate in the exam? Old man, how old are you? Someone asked in a low voice. Who are you calling old man? Are you blind? I'm only 18. The old man said fiercely, Damn, this old man is really shameless. He's already half a foot in the grave, and he's still saying that he's 18. Many people muttered to themselves. Soon, the group moved forward. Everyone gathered together to head to the Blue Cloud sect, mainly because they were worried that powerful beasts would appear in the forest. Brother, do you want to come and sit in our beast carriage? Rest your feet. Lin Feng smiled as he looked at the shameless old man. Before he and Tian Zhongdao set off, they had rented a beast carriage. It was fast, and they could get a good rest. The old man was satisfied when Lin Feng called him brother. He nodded and said, You have good taste. Thank you very much for inviting me, brother, said Lin Feng. The old man jumped onto the carriage and asked, How should I address you, brothers? Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao were speechless. This old man was really going too far. He was already so old, yet he was still pretending to be young. Tian, Zhongdao, Zhongdao. The old man immediately said, That's great. I'll follow you from now on. In the future, we'll be the handsome second young masters of the Blue Cloud sect. We'll beat up the rich and chase after the goddess. We'll become the new disciples of the Blue Cloud sect. We'll be the idols of the sect. Damn. Many people were disgusted by the old man. He was already so old, yet he wanted to chase after the goddess of the Blue Cloud sect, and he wanted to become an idol? How could there be such a shameless person in the world? Oh my God, please strike this guy with lightning and kill him. That's right. We are new. ID. Tian Zhongdao nodded in agreement. It's really the best meeting the best. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Brother, how should I address you? The old man looked at Lin Feng. I'm Lin Feng. Haha, you can call me Zhou Xiaoshuai. The old man said. Zhou Xiaoshuai? Lin Feng asked uncertainly. The old man nodded and said, Brother, do you also think that my name matches your image very well? As he spoke, he had a smug look on his face. Some of the people in the surroundings immediately walked away, afraid that if they stayed any longer, they would be struck to death by the old man's lightning. 3 days later, they arrived at the Blue Cloud sect. The Blue Cloud sect was located deep in the mountains. 12 towering peaks towered into the clouds. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. He could feel that this place was extraordinary. There were dragon veins underground. In the forest, spiritual qi was rising, and purple clouds lingered. This was indeed a holy place for cultivation. The 12 peaks of the Blue Cloud sect. Each peak represents a type of inheritance. The 12 peaks are the Supreme Peak, Executioner Peak, Wu Du Feng, Divine Sword Peak, Five Elements Peak, For Extremes Peak, Godly Soul Peak, Yao Peak, Lingjin Peak, Zhiyang Peak, Suyu Peak, and Butian Peak. The 12 peaks all have their own inheritances. Originally, the strongest peak was the Butian Peak, but because of the loss of the Mending Heaven technique, the Butian Peak has completely declined. It is said that the number of geniuses has withered. The other peaks have tens of thousands of disciples, but the Butian Peak only has a few hundred disciples. Every year, when the Butian Peak selects the remaining disciples, the Butian Peak selects the remaining disciples. Naturally, there are only a few disciples with average talent left. However, even those disciples with average talent would rather leave the Blue Cloud sect than join the Butian Peak. From this, one can see how weak the Butian Peak is right now. Everyone, pray that you will be chosen by the other peaks. If you are chosen by the Butian Peak, then you are done for. You might as well join an ancient sect. The Butian technique was a peerless divine technique that swept through the 3,000 provinces in the past. The Butian Peak has actually declined. Some people sighed. In the past, the Butian Peak was the main peak of the Blue Cloud sect. The Blue Cloud sect's leader had always been the leader of the Butian Peak. But after the Butian technique was lost, the Butian Peak had declined, and its status had plummeted. Not only had it lost its position as the leader of the Blue Cloud sect, but it also received the least amount of cultivation resources. It could only choose disciples from the other peaks. Rumor has it that the higher-ups of the Blue Cloud sect are discussing whether to destroy the heaven-repairing peak and build a new peak to form the new 12 sects of the Blue Cloud sect. Said a cultivator. The leader of the Butian Peak is called Rong Butian, right? I heard that he used to be a genius and was the hope of the Butian Peak's revival. He became the leader of the Butian Peak at such a young age. But 10 years ago, something happened to him, and his body was severely injured. It's said that he's in danger of dying. Said another cultivator. When Rong Butian dies, the Butian Peak will probably be removed from the Blue Cloud sect. Some people sighed. The Blue Cloud sect's Butian Peak had created countless glorious achievements in the past, but now it had come to such a sad end. The world was really unpredictable. Chapter 503. People came and went in front of the Blue Cloud sect's entrance, and it was bustling with activity. There was a registration area here, and many people were lining up. Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao were in the middle of the line. The Blue Cloud sect was not like Nebula Pavilion, which separated the cultivators in the queue very carefully. The way Nebula Pavilion divided the cultivators into different grades, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Ahem, old man, how old are you? And you still want to register at my Blue Cloud sect? The deacon in charge of counting the names looked at the old man in front of him, speechless. 18. The old man boasted shamelessly. Many people rolled their eyes. The old man said shamelessly, Your Blue Cloud sect doesn't have an age limit, right? That. The deacon in charge of counting the names of the Blue Cloud sect was in a difficult position. The Blue Cloud sect did not have an age limit, but even if there was no age limit, most people knew their own limits. If they were too old, they would not register at the Blue Cloud sect. There was a 70% to 80% chance that they would be kicked out, but this old man was already so old, and half his body was about to be buried. Yet he still shamelessly came to register. It really made people speechless. The deacon asked helplessly, "H. Zhou Xiao Shuai?" The old man said. Hearing this name, the deacon's mouth twitched again. He said, "I asked for your age, not your name. Answer me honestly." 18. Zhou Xiao Shuai said. Okay. 18 it is. Where's the letter of recommendation? The deacon asked. Here. The old man handed the letter of recommendation to the deacon. The deacon glanced at it, nodded, and said, "Okay, go rest over there first. Someone will bring you to rest later." The old man staggered to the side. It really made people wonder if he would be blown to the ground by a gust of wind. Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao also reported their greetings smoothly. Yes, it's that bastard. When Tian Zhongdao saw Yu Zaij, he gritted his teeth in anger. He wanted to pounce on Yu Zaij, but he was stopped by Lin Feng. This is not a place to cause trouble. If you cause trouble, you'll be disqualified, Lin Feng said. Tian Zhongdao nodded. In the distance, Yu Zaij also saw Tanaka Dao. He walked over and sneered at Tanaka Dao. "Stutter, you also want to join the Blue Cloud sect? If I were you, I'd run as far away as possible. If you join the Blue Cloud sect, I have 100 ways to play you to death." Who's afraid of who? Tian Zhongdao sneered as he looked at Yu Zaij. Yu Zaij spat on the ground and glanced at Lin Feng, saying, "Boy, I advise you to stay away from this guy. Otherwise, you'll get into trouble. Some people aren't people you can afford to provoke." Lin Feng said indifferently, "Don't worry about it. I think the sect should be a peaceful place. No one should come looking for trouble, right? Only death awaits you if you're stubborn." Yu Zaij sneered and walked away arrogantly. He was different from Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao. He had a backer in the Blue Cloud sect. Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao were assigned to the same place. They were waiting for the registration to end. "Brothers, do you want to come to my place and drink some wine?" The old man came to Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao's place. Here, Tian Zhongdao said. Tian Zhongdao said. At this moment, he was feeling depressed and wanted to drink some wine to get rid of his worries. That's good. The old man seemed very excited. The three of them drank until late at night. Lin Feng was already drunk to the point of unconsciousness. The old man and Tian Zhongdao leaned against each other, each holding a jug of wine and gulping it down. Not long after, Tian Zhongdao also died. The old man shouted, "His alcohol tolerance is too low." The old man drank 10 more jugs of wine by himself. He was definitely an old drunkard. Only then did he collapse on the ground and fall asleep. 10 days later, the registration ended. In the afternoon, the Blue Cloud sect gathered all the cultivators who had come to register in a plaza. There were at least 100,000 people there. More than 10 cultivators flew out from the mountains and landed on the plaza's arena. The leader was an old man. He was obviously a Yin-Yang realm cultivator. The old man said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am the great elder of the Blue Cloud Sect's examination hall, Nya Yidao. I will be in charge of the examination this time. You are all from the various factions that the Blue Cloud Sect is on good terms with. You should know that it is not easy to join the Blue Cloud Sect. This time, the Blue Cloud Sect will be recruiting 1,000 people." Boom! As soon as the old man finished speaking, the entire plaza exploded. More than 100,000 cultivators had come to take the examination, but only 1,000 people were recruited. The probability was too low. Many people became worried. It was not easy to stand out among more than 100,000 people. Silence! Nya Idao's voice rang out, and the plaza, which had been filled with noise, instantly quieted down. Tomorrow, someone will take you to the exam field. The exam will last for 10 days. There are 1,000 exam badges buried in the field. If you can get a badge and bring it out after the exam, you'll pass the exam, said Lin Feng. Nya Idao said, "It's too cruel. 10, more than 100,000 people will fight for 1,000 spots. One will, Tianzhong said. Tianzhongdao said. Lin Feng nodded. However, it was not easy to join a large sect. There was nothing wrong with the Blue Cloud sect's actions. Ladies and gentlemen, let's disperse. Before noon tomorrow, gather here again. Then, the Blue Cloud sect's deacon will take you to the examination field. Nya Idao and the others left. The crowd of cultivators also dispersed. The next day, the cultivators participating in the examination came to the plaza again. A deacon of the Blue Cloud sect led everyone to the forest in the northwest of the Blue Cloud sect. There were mountains surrounded by a huge array. Activate the array. A deep roar resounded. A spirit array master activated the array. But a huge golden energy shield appeared, enveloping the huge mountain range. You can go in now. A deacon shouted loudly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Many disciples rushed toward the array. Their bodies were instantly swallowed by the golden light and disappeared from everyone's sight. Let's go. Lin Feng and Tianzhongdao looked at each other and rushed toward the golden light shield. When Lin Feng's body came into contact with the golden light shield, he felt a powerful force wrap around him and pull him into another world. He disappeared from the forest in an instant. Chapter 504. Lin Feng was speechless as he looked at the huge creature blocking his way. It was a 10-meter-tall giant eagle with 9 heads. Its cold eyes were staring at him. 9-headed Thunderhawk was a ferocious bird that could easily pierce a cultivator's body with its claws. Most importantly, 9-headed Thunderhawk was proficient in lightning attacks. Its 9 heads could spit out lightning attacks. Lin Feng had read about the 9-headed Thunderhawk in the classic of mountains and seas. It was the first time he had seen a real 9-headed Thunderhawk. Even Yin Yang experts wouldn't want to fight such a ferocious bird. 9-headed Thunderhawk wasn't just ferocious in its attacks, it was also extremely fast. It could even dodge the attacks of Yin Yang cultivators. F***CK your sister, I'm actually teleported to the nest of 9-headed Thunderhawk. Lin Feng wanted to cry, but had no tears. How could he be so unlucky? After the golden light wrapped around Lin Feng, it instantly teleported him to the depths of the mountain range. Lin Feng's teleportation location was too deceptive. The nest of 9-headed Thunderhawk was not far away. Lin Feng even saw a few newly hatched 9-headed Thunderhawks. But before he could react, he was attacked by 9-headed Thunderhawk's lightning attacks. If Lin Feng's body wasn't strong enough, he would have died. Lin Feng originally wanted to escape, but 9-headed Thunderhawk was too fast. Lin Feng had no choice but to hide in the cave. Screech! 9-headed Thunderhawk let out a sharp screech. Its cold eyes glanced at Lin Feng from time to time. It wanted to rush into the cave, but its body was too big, so it was blocked. Not far away was the 9-headed Thunder Eagle's nest, so it didn't want to destroy its nest, so it didn't destroy the mountain. So, 2 cultivators flew over from afar. Look, that's 9-headed Thunderhawk's nest. It doesn't seem to be here. Heavens, it actually hatched young eagles. Let's go catch two. If we can raise them, they'll be terrifying in the future. One of the cultivators said, "Let's forget about it. We'll only be able to leave in 10 days, and we still have to find the test token. We don't have time to take care of the young eagles. They might die in 10 days. The other cultivators said, "What if they don't die?" The first cultivator said. He was obviously very tempted and wanted to take one of the young eagles. "All right then." The second cultivator nodded, and the two of them quickly arrived at the nest. The nest was huge, and there were more than 10 young eagles chirping. The two cultivators quickly caught one each. Screech! But at that moment, an angry roar came from the distance. Come, shwa! The nine-headed thunder eagle soared into the sky and stared coldly at the two human cultivators who were stealing the young eagles. Endless killing intent burst out from the nine-headed thunder eagle's eyes. "Ah, nine-headed thunderhawk, run!" The two cultivators were scared out of their wits. They turned around and rushed into the forest. Nine-headed thunderhawk quickly chased after them. Damn, what a bunch of scum. They can't even raise the young eagles after stealing them. Why did they steal them? Now, they're in trouble, aren't they? Lin Feng ran out of the cave, but he was very grateful to those two scum. If it wasn't for them, he wouldn't have been able to escape. The two of them rushed into the forest, wanting to use the trees as cover to avoid nine-headed thunderhawk's pursuit. Lin Feng spread his golden wings and flew into the distance. When he passed by nine-headed thunderhawk's nest, Lin Feng looked around. Under a few unhatched eggs, he saw a jade token. Could it be the test token? Lin Feng was shocked. He hurriedly descended and picked up the jade token. The words "test token" were written on it. Lin Feng was delighted. As expected, it was a test token. But then he cursed in a low voice. Which immoral bastard put the test token here? Who would dare to come to this damned place to look for a test token? Although there were 1,000 exam tokens, Lin Feng felt that it would be quite good if 700 or 800 exam tokens were found in the end, because according to the style of the Blue Cloud sect, some exam tokens were placed in extremely dangerous places. It was too difficult to get an exam token. Lin Feng didn't dare to stay any longer. He quickly flew into the distance. Boom, boom, boom. In the forest, not far away, nine-headed thunderhawk was furious. It spat out a sky full of lightning attacks, instantly killing the two cultivators who had stolen the young eagles. How terrifying! Lin Feng muttered and quickly left. 2 hours later, in another part of the forest, many cultivators were rushing towards the depths of the forest. What's going on? Why are so many cultivators rushing over? Lin Feng stopped a cultivator and asked. The cultivator said impatiently, "More than 20 test tokens appeared in the depths of the valley." After saying that, he also rushed into the valley. "Exam medallion? That's a good thing. Even though I only need one, if I sell it," Lin Feng muttered and flew into the distance. This was a chance to make a fortune. He felt that he could collect more test tokens. Hundreds of cultivators rushed over from all directions and fought with the fierce beasts guarding the valley. A sea of fire covered the sky. Upon closer inspection, the sea of fire in the sky was actually made of small insects. Fire ants. This was an extremely terrifying insect. Its appearance was similar to an ant, and its body was roughly the size of a thumb. It had 4 pairs of wings and sharp fangs. Moreover, the most terrifying thing about it was that these fire ants lived in groups and could spit out flames to attack. The fire ant bug's fangs were extremely poisonous. Once bitten by the fire ant bug, the body would quickly lose all feeling. The sea of fire that covered the sky was spat out by the fire ants. Many cultivators fought with the fire ants. They took out their flying swords and attacked the dense swarm of fire ants. However, there were too many fire ants. It was impossible to kill all of them. Ah! Miserable shrieks rang out. Some cultivators were bitten by fire ants and found that they couldn't move. In the next moment, they were surrounded by a dense swarm of fire ants. In less than 1 minute, the fire ants flew towards the next cultivator. As for the cultivator who had been enveloped by the fire ants, all that was left of him was a skeleton with streaks of blood. His flesh and blood had been completely devoured by the fire ants. Heavens, these fire ants are too scary. Retreat, retreat quickly. Many cultivators retreated with pale faces. A chance. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He wrapped his body in heavenly fire and rushed into the valley. Someone rushed into the valley. Many people cried out in surprise and looked into the valley. Is that kid courting death? Some cultivators muttered. A dense swarm of fire ants rushed over. Lin Feng took out his heavenly fire, purple earthcore fire, and burned a large number of fire ants to death. The heavenly fire's suppression of fire creatures was too strong. The rest of the fire ants let out terrified cries and scattered in all directions. Lin Feng rushed into the fire ant's beast nest and put away the 20 or so examination tokens. He then rushed out of the valley and rushed into the distance. Whoosh, whoosh. However, at that moment, more than 10 figures rushed over and surrounded Lin Feng. Brother, you can't use so many examination tokens alone. Why don't you share them with us? A cultivator with a sword on his back said. This cultivator was a martial king. When he saw that Lin Feng was only a martial general, he showed disdain. The corners of his mouth curled into an indifferent smile, and he spoke in a commanding tone. He wanted to force Lin Feng to give him the examination tokens. Chapter 5:05. It's Lei Yuan and the others. Let's wait a little longer. Many cultivators in the surroundings were eager to make a move, but when they saw who was attacking, their expressions changed slightly. The cultivator with the sword on his back was very famous. His name was Lei Yuan, and he came from an ancient aristocratic family. His strength had reached the 8th layer of the martial king realm. His cultivation was definitely outstanding among the younger generation. Lei Yuan was obviously not alone. He had already formed an alliance with others. Including Lei Yuan, there were a total of 17 cultivators surrounding Lin Feng. They were all martial king experts. An ordinary cultivators' alliance would find it difficult to contend against Lei Yuan and the others. You want my test tokens? Sure, I'll sell them to you at a cheap price. 1 token costs 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Lin Feng said indifferently. 1,000 high-grade spirit stones was equivalent to 10 million low-grade spirit stones. Even if these ancient aristocratic family disciples were heavily nurtured by their families, it would not be easy for them to take out 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Brat, it seems like you're refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? A cultivator at the 2nd layer of the martial king realm had an indifferent expression. His eyes were cold. At that moment, Lei Yuan said, You have more than 20 tokens on you, and there are only 15 of us. Even if you give each of us 1 token, you still have more than 10 tokens on you. You should know how to weigh the pros and cons, right? If we attack, I'm afraid you won't have a single token left. Many people hoped that Lin Feng would yield. If Lin Feng yielded, he would at most give Lei Yuan and the others 15 tokens. Then, there would be more than 10 tokens left. At that time, everyone would be able to snatch them. However, if Lin Feng chose to fight against Lei Yuan and the others, Lei Yuan and the others would definitely be enraged. They would not have a chance to snatch the tokens from Lei Yuan and the others. After all, They could not snatch the tokens from Lei Yuan and the others, right? No one wanted to be enemies with Lei Yuan and the others. Scram. Facing Lei Yuan, Lin Feng softly spat out a word. The forest, which was originally filled with people's anger, instantly became silent. Everyone looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. What did that brat say? Many people asked in disbelief. A companion said, He told Lei Yuan to scram. Is this brat crazy? He's courting death. Lei Yuan is going to be furious. Lei Yuan and the others are going to snatch the exam order away. Many people shook their heads. Lei Yuan's expression became extremely gloomy. A kid in the martial general realm was surrounded by so many of them. He had given him a chance, but he actually dared to ask him to scram? Brother Lei, this brat is so shameless. I'll go teach him a lesson. The third heaven martial king cultivator from before said. Lei Yuan nodded with a dark expression. Whoosh. The third heaven martial king cultivator jumped out and looked at Lin Feng indifferently. He said coldly, Brat, I've seen many people like you. You won't give up until you see the coffin. If the blue cloud sex exam didn't prohibit killing, you would be a dead man today. However, the blue cloud sex exam didn't prohibit fighting. We won't kill you, but we'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget. As soon as he finished speaking, the third heaven martial king cultivator had already arrived in front of Lin Feng. He stretched out his right hand like an eagle's claw and grabbed Lin Feng's neck. Shit, that brat didn't react at all. What kind of reaction do you think a trash of the eighth heaven martial general realm can have? Many people said disdainfully. When the cultivator of the third Tian of the Qi layer was about to grab Lin Feng's neck, Lin Feng suddenly disappeared. What? The third heaven martial king cultivator was astonished. It's an afterimage. Some cultivators cried out in alarm. Look behind him. Many people were shouting because Lin Feng had already appeared behind the cultivator of the third Tian of the Qi layer without making a sound. He raised his right hand and struck with his palm. With a loud bang, the blow landed on the neck of the third firmament martial king realm cultivator. The third firmament martial king realm cultivator immediately fainted and his body fell into the forest. With a crash, he fell to the ground. That's a one-hit kill. Isn't that brat a martial general realm cultivator? How can he be so powerful? Many people shouted in disbelief. Someone said, that brat must be hiding his cultivation level. Otherwise, how could a martial general realm cultivator be so strong? Many people thought so, although a secret technique to hide one's cultivation level was very rare, it wasn't impossible. Damn it! Lei Yuan couldn't help but curse when he saw that. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, No wonder you're so arrogant. You were hiding your cultivation level. But do you think you can defeat so many of us by yourself? I'm arrogant, said Lin Feng with a cold smile. You came here to take the exam token that I risked my life to obtain. And you say, I'm arrogant? What a ridiculous statement. Those who don't know what's good for them usually end up in a miserable state. Some people are like that. Since it's that way, brothers, we don't need to give him any face. Just attack him as long as you don't kill him, said Lei Yuan with a cold smile. I've been wanting to attack him for a long time. Ha! Let's attack together and teach this shameless bastard a lesson. The 14 cultivators, including Lei Yuan, all rushed towards Lin Feng. They wanted to attack together and kill Lin Feng as quickly as possible. That boy is done for. Many people shook their heads. Lin Feng had displayed extraordinary fighting strength, but Lin Feng was facing 14 martial kings at the same time. 2 fists couldn't fight 4 hands. How could he fight so many people? Boom. At that moment, a terrifying qi emerged from Lin Feng's body. When they felt that aura, many people's faces were filled with horror. Force. It's force. That boy can condense force. Many people couldn't believe their eyes. Force was something that many Inyang cultivators couldn't comprehend. To comprehend force, one didn't just rely on cultivation level or talent. One also needed luck. Sometimes one had to experience something special to be able to comprehend force. For example, Lin Feng's force was something he had learned when he had led an army of 1,000 against an army of hundreds of thousands of beast men. He had killed them 9 times and defeated them 9 times. Force? How is that possible? The martial kings who were rushing towards Lin Feng were shocked. They felt that they couldn't move under the pressure of Lin Feng's force. Whoosh! Lin Feng rushed forward. Bang! Bang! Muffled sounds of collisions were heard, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. The bodies of the 14 martial king realm cultivators were all sent flying. Many people were horrified. Those people's bones had probably been broken. For them, this assessment was already over. Everyone looked at the handsome, young man standing in the air. They were secretly glad that they hadn't attacked him earlier. Lin Feng glanced at the pale-faced cultivators indifferently, then flew into the distance. Chapter 5:06. Roar. Lin Feng and a scarlet-eyed ferocious boar were fighting against each other. In the scarlet-eyed ferocious boar's nest, there was an exam talisman. The scarlet-eyed demonic pig had thick skin and could spit fire attacks. It was very difficult to deal with. Lin Feng and the scarlet-eyed demonic pig fought for more than an hour before the scarlet-eyed demonic pig escaped with injuries. The 70-second exam token. Lin Feng smiled. He took out the exam token and left quickly. In the past few days, Lin Feng had been looking for exam tokens in the depths of the forest. He had already found a pattern. Wherever there were strong, ferocious beasts, exam tokens would be there. Most of the exam tokens were in the nests of ferocious beasts. If one wanted to get an exam token, they had to fight ferocious beasts. However, many ferocious beasts were very strong, and many of them lived in groups. Therefore, it was very difficult to get an exam token. Lin Feng saw many groups of cultivators fighting against ferocious beasts, but many of them were wiped out. In a valley, Lin Feng saw 3 cultivators fighting against a dozen 8-armed demonic spiders. One of the 3 cultivators was a woman who was about 20 years old. The other 2 were twins. One of them was using lightning attacks, while the other was using lightning attacks. Many cultivators were watching them. Are they the 3 siblings of the Shui clan? Someone asked in a low voice. Yes, they are the 3 siblings of the Shui clan. They are famous geniuses. I didn't think that they would join the Blue Cloud sect. A cultivator whispered, "Are these 3 very famous?" Lin Feng asked, said a cultivator. Of course they're famous. The Shui siblings have been extremely talented since they were little. The elder sister Shui Lanxian has an ice spirit. The 2 younger brothers Shui Wentao and Shui Wenjie have a thunderbolt spirit and a lightning spirit, respectively. Those 3 spirits have terrifying attacking power. Look, the 3 of them fought against a dozen 8-armed demonic spiders, and they even gained the upper hand. You can see how terrifying the 3 of them are. Wait until the end of the exam. The 12 summits of the Qingyun sect are going to choose their disciples, and they're going to fight fiercely over them. Lin Feng nodded. The 8-armed demonic spiders were indeed terrifying. The 3 siblings were able to suppress a dozen 8-armed demonic spiders. They were very strong. What surprised Lin Feng the most was that their cultivation levels were not very high. Shui Lanxian was only at the 2nd celestial layer. As for Shui Wentao and Shui Wenjie, they were only at the 1st celestial layer. Geniuses who can challenge people above their cultivation levels. Lin Feng sighed. There were many geniuses in the world. Lin Feng could defeat cultivators of a higher cultivation level than him, but other geniuses could do the same, just like the three siblings of the Shui clan. He didn't stop with his footsteps. In a mountain, Lin Feng saw a young cultivator defeat a ferocious beast and obtain an exam talisman. A dozen cultivators surrounded him and tried to steal the exam talisman, but the young cultivator was ruthless. He crippled the cultivator's cultivation and then left. Zhang. He's a ruthless person. A bunch of idiots who don't even know him are courting death by charging at him. Someone murmured. Lin Feng frowned. Zhang Xinru was a strong cultivator. Just like him, they were geniuses who could challenge people above their cultivation levels. The Blue Cloud sect is indeed a big sect. Every year, they can attract so many geniuses. Lin Feng thought. He flew away. But when Lin Feng was passing through a forest, he was attacked by a group of people as fast as lightning. A young cultivator wearing silver clothes appeared and attacked Lin Feng with his palm. He wanted to defeat Lin Feng with one attack. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng and that person's palms collided. A terrifying strength rushed towards Lin Feng and pushed him back a few steps. The young cultivator frowned. He thought that he could defeat Lin Feng with a sneak attack. Whoosh! He quickly left. He didn't want to fight. He's so strong. Lin Feng muttered and shook his arm. His arm was numb. One day later, Lin Feng saw the cultivator in silver clothes again. He had attacked three extremely strong cultivators by surprise. One of them fainted, and the second one was injured. Sikong Mo, how dare you attack us? The other two cultivators roared angrily. The young man named Sikong Mo sneered. He didn't say anything and continued to attack the other two. Soon, he finished off the injured cultivator. Then, he fought with the third cultivator for more than 20 rounds and defeated him as well. Just you wait, we won't let you go. The third cultivator looked at Sikong Mo fiercely. You don't even have the chance to join the Blue Cloud sect. Why won't you let me go? Go back and rest for a few months. Sikong Mo sneered and broke the cultivator's right leg. This guy is really ruthless. Lin Feng muttered. Sikong Mo took the three people's storage rings and took out the exam tokens. There were 7 of them in total. As expected, I should rob strong cultivators. They usually have more than one exam token. Sikong Mo took the exam tokens and left quickly. Days passed. On the 9th day, Lin Feng fought against an evil flood dragon. After defeating it, Lin Feng obtained 3 exam badges from the flood dragon's cave. 135 exam tokens. Lin Feng laughed. He calculated the time. It was time to go back. Lin Feng flew out of the forest. There was a big fight in the forest not far away. 7 or 8 people were lying on the ground. There were 2 cultivators fighting. Sikong Mo again. Lin Feng murmured. Sikong Mo was really powerful. He even knocked out the last cultivator, who was struggling to hold on with one palm strike. He took away the 12 assessment tokens from these people. It's about time. I should find a place to rest. Sikong Mo took a deep breath. He was exhausted from the continuous battles. Suddenly, Sikong Mo heard a faint sound. Who's there? Sikong Mo's expression changed. Someone was sneaking up on him. He turned around. Bang! A second later, a black fist hit Sikong Mo's head. Sikong Mo gave a horrible shriek. He only had one thought in his mind. Who attacked me by surprise? Then he fainted. Lin Feng squatted down and took Sikong Mo's ring. He checked it with his godly awareness and found that Sikong Mo had 97 exam tokens. You've been robbing a lot of people lately. Lin Feng took all the exam tokens and threw the ring next to Sikong Mo, this kick is for the sneak attack you made on me before, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng put his foot on Si Kong Mo's face and left a big footprint on it. Then he left, satisfied. Chapter 5:07. It was almost time for the examination. Many people were walking out from the depths of the forest. There were more than 100,000 people, but there were only 1,000 examination tokens. There were also many examination tokens that had been placed in the lairs of powerful beasts or hidden in very hidden places. The total number of examination tokens that had been found was estimated to be around 700 to 800. One could imagine how many people hadn't obtained an exam token. Many people walked out dejectedly, hoping that they could pass the examination next year and forget about it this year. Look, isn't that Si Kong Mo? Whispered many people, pointing at Si Kong Mo. Puffed. Really? Is that really Si Kong Mo? Someone laughed. There was a big bump on Si Kong Mo's forehead and a footprint on his face. It was obvious that he had been beaten up and was in an extremely sorry state. Si Kong Mo looked extremely gloomy. It was very difficult for him to steal other people's exam tokens. The ones who had gotten the exam tokens had probably left already. When Si Kong Mo thought about how his 97 exam tokens had been stolen, he felt like killing someone who had attacked him. Brother Si Kong, look at your face. Someone reminded Si Kong Mo. Si Kong Mo hastily took out a bronze mirror and looked at it. Ah! Si Kong Mo roared furiously. Brat, I will find you. When the time comes, I will trample you to death like a bug. Si Kong Mo had never been so flustered and exasperated. He didn't even know who had attacked him. Si Kong Mo wasn't afraid of anyone. At that moment, someone shouted in front of them. Everybody, someone is selling exam tokens. Let's go and have a look. What? Selling exam tokens? No way. Who doesn't want to become a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect? Many people were astonished, but then a large number of cultivators ran towards the place where the exam tokens were sold. When they arrived, they realized that the place was already surrounded by a sea of people. Everyone were selling quality, were selling security, and were selling benefits. The exam tokens are selling for 2,000 high-grade spirit stones each. Hurry up and buy. First come, first served. Late arrivals will be out of stock. A cultivator in black clothes with a mask on his face was holding a dozen exam tokens and shouting loudly. He was obviously Lin Feng. The appalling thing of selling the assessment order naturally had to be done covertly. If it was known by the Blue Cloud sect, the Blue Cloud sect would not only take back all the spirit stones sold, but he would also be expelled from the Blue Cloud sect. I want it! I want it! Many people squeezed their way over. Lin Feng originally wanted to ask for 1,000 high-grade spiritual stones, but after thinking about it, he realized that there were more than 100,000 people here, and there were definitely many people from powerful groups. Although 2,000 high-grade spiritual stones was a sky-high price, some people would grit their teeth and buy it. Even if they didn't have enough spiritual stones, they could borrow from others. Lin Feng hadn't expected that he would completely underestimate these cultivators' enthusiasm. "Get out of the way," shouted a tall and sturdy young man coldly. He squeezed through the crowd and walked towards Lin Feng. "It's Zhang Bao." Many people cried out in alarm and hurriedly retreated. The newcomer was terrifying. He was a powerful cultivator at the 7th celestial layer. "Boy, give me one." Zhang Bao looked coldly at Lin Feng. "Okay, 2,000 high-grade spiritual stones. I'm not cheating anyone," said Lin Feng. "Are you blind? You dare ask your grandpa Zhang Bao for spiritual stones?" Sneered Zhang Bao. Many people muttered. They felt that the brat who sold the exam tokens was going to suffer a great loss. Zhang Bao was definitely one of the top cultivators. They didn't know where the guy who sold the exam tokens had gotten so many of them, but his cultivation didn't seem to be very high. Are you threatening me? At that moment, Lin Feng moved. Swish! He was as fast as lightning and instantly appeared in front of Zhang Bao. The crowd didn't even see when Lin Feng attacked. He fiercely punched Zhang Bao, and Zhang Bao didn't even react. Bang! Lin Feng's punch had already landed on Zhang Bao's chest. Wah! Zhang Bao spat out a mouthful of blood and was thrown a dozen meters away. He fell to the ground and started twitching violently. No way! Zhang Bao, a 7th celestial layer martial king, couldn't even take a single attack? That's too cruel. Many people roared in shock. Lin Feng put on a harmless expression and said, "Hurry up and buy them. 2,000 spiritual stones each. There's a limited number, and they're sold out." I want it, I want it, I want it. Many people hurriedly gathered their spiritual stones, afraid that they wouldn't be able to buy the exam tokens. Many people started fighting. Lin Feng happily sold the exam tokens. There were 232 exam tokens in total, and he only needed one. Don't worry, there's more. After the first batch of exam tokens was sold, Lin Feng took out another dozen tokens. Many people were shocked. How many exam tokens did this guy have? More and more people gathered. Lin Feng had fewer exam tokens, but more and more spiritual stones. Lin Feng smiled, like a flower blooming in the sky. Little brat, where did you get your exam tokens? Si Kong, Mo squeezed through the crowd and glared at Lin Feng. He felt that his exam token had been stolen by this mysterious guy, but he didn't have any proof. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Why do you care where I got them? Do you want to buy them? If you do, hurry up and give me your spiritual stones." F***K. Hurry up. If you don't want to buy them, I want to buy more. Many people were cursing Si Kong, Mo Sikong. Mo was extremely depressed. Originally, he wanted to snatch a large number of test tokens to sell them. Now, he couldn't even take out the 2,000 spiritual stones needed to buy the test tokens. Brother Si Kong, use these spiritual stones to buy an exam token. We'll talk about it after you pass the Blue Cloud Sex exam. One of Si Kong Mo's friends gave Si Kong Mo 2,000 spiritual stones. "Thank you very much," said Si Kong Mo, thanking Lin Feng. He spent 2,000 spiritual stones and bought a talisman for the exam. Very quickly, 231 exam tokens were sold by Lin Feng. But at that moment, angry shouts came from afar. Who's disturbing the Blue Cloud Sex exam? More than a dozen exceptionally powerful Blue Cloud sect deacons roared in exasperation. It's that guy. Many people were pointing at Lin Feng, who was peddling the exam tablets. How ungrateful! Without me, would you have been able to join the Blue Cloud sect? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. 2,000 spiritual stones. You black-hearted bastard. Many people cursed. Black-hearted bastard. Cursed Lin Feng in a low voice. He rose up in the air and flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. Chapter 508. Although the assessment was over, this year's assessment had aroused the wrath of the higher-ups of the Blue Cloud sect because of the peddling of assessment tokens. However, the people of the Blue Cloud sect couldn't find out who the audacious kid was. A total of 821 people received the assessment tokens and passed this year's assessment. Out of more than 100,000 people, only 800 people were left in the end. This was obviously extremely cruel. Of course, those who stayed were not necessarily the most talented. They might have been lucky enough to find the assessment tokens. The people who left might not have been weak, or they might have been unlucky and missed the examination token. But no matter what the reason was, the examination was over. Those who left could only pin their hopes on the next assessment. Lin Feng felt that it was normal for Tian Zhongdao to pass the assessment. He didn't expect the old man to pass the assessment as well. Haha, looks like we're lucky to have all received the assessment tokens. The old drunkard said with a smile. Ever since the old man had drunk Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao unconscious that day, Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao had called him the old drunkard. Did they really have to call him Zhou Xiaoshui? That would be so disgusting. Yes, really, we are going to become disciples of the Qing Blue Cloud sect. Tian Zhongdao said excitedly. Lin Feng was also very happy. Firstly, he was going to become a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. Secondly, Lin Feng had earned 462,000 high-grade spirit stones by peddling the assessment tokens. This was a huge fortune. These spirit stones were enough for Lin Feng to cultivate for a long time. Soon, Nia Yidao and the others arrived at the square where Lin Feng and the other 821 people were gathered. Nia Yidao's face was gloomy. There was a big problem with the assessment this time. He was reprimanded by the higher-ups of the Blue Cloud sect. I heard that someone sold more than 200 assessment tokens. This matter caused the higher-ups of the Blue Cloud sect to be furious. Look at Nia Yidao's face. It's darker than the bottom of a pot. The old drunkard said, gloatingly, Then we're really rich. Tian Zhongdao's eyes lit up. He couldn't wait to be the one selling the test order. Nia Yidao looked gloomily at the 821 cultivators in front of him. When he saw Lin Feng and the other martial general cultivators, his expression became even more unsightly. There were at least 20 martial general cultivators. In Nia Yidao's opinion, these people must have spent a lot of money to buy an assessment token to pass the assessment. But what was done could not be undone. Everyone, please head to the outer sect peak. The elders of the 12 peaks have been waiting for you for a long time. Yes, everyone nodded and followed Nia Yidao and the others into the depths of the mountains. Everyone knew that it was time to decide their fate. Among the 12 peaks of Qingyun, there were strong ones and weak ones, but the heaven-mending peak was said to be on the verge of being removed from the list. Now, many people were praying that they would never join the heaven-mending peak. If he really wanted to join the heaven-mending peak, he might as well just leave. Not long after, everyone arrived at the outer sect peak. They landed on a platform on the outer sect peak and saw that there were already more than 10 cultivators standing there. Each of them had a powerful aura, and they were all Yin-Yang realm cultivators. They must be the elders of the 12 peaks. An elder said, the Blue Cloud sect is divided into outer sect, inner sect, and core disciples. Those below the 7th celestial stage of the martial king realm are outer sect disciples. Those below the 8th celestial stage of the martial king realm can be promoted to inner sect disciples. If they can cultivate to the Yin-Yang realm, they can be promoted to core disciple. This elder's name was Zhang Quan, and he was the grand elder of the outer sect disciple mountain. He only briefly introduced the differences between outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, and core disciples. However, it was obvious that there was a huge difference in treatment between outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, and core disciples. Since he was talking about the outer sect peak, he had to talk about the relationship between the various peaks of the Blue Cloud sect. The 12 peaks of the Blue Cloud sect referred to the main peaks. However, there were also some ordinary peaks, such as outer sect peak, inner sect peak, and so on. Those peaks all served the 12 main peaks. For example, the Outer Disciple Mountain would issue out some missions that the Outer Disciple Mountain could undertake. The Outer Disciple Mountain would also be responsible for the Outer Disciple Mountain's welfare, and so on. In short, with the exception of the 12 main peaks, The other peaks did not have the right to select disciples. Great Elder Zhang Quan turned around and looked at the elders of the other peaks. He said, "Shall we start choosing disciples now?" The elders of the 12 peaks nodded. "Are there any Ling spellcasters?" asked Great Elder Zhang Quan. "I am." At that moment, a woman walked out. Shui Lan Xian. Lin Feng was surprised. He had seen that woman before, but he hadn't thought that Shui Lan Xian was a Ling spellcaster. "All right, you can join Ling Spell Peak," Elder Zhong Limei of the Spirit Array Peak said. Great Elder Zhang Quan continued, "Are there any alchemists?" At that moment, 3 more people walked out, 2 men and 1 woman. "You 3 can join Medicine Peak," said Great Elder Guan Chaoyang. Ling Spell Peak and Medicine Peak were special. They only trained Ling spellcasters and alchemists. They didn't choose other groups. Lin Feng was both a Ling spellcaster and an alchemist, but he didn't walk out because his Ling spellcaster and alchemist level were too high. If he was exposed, he would be in big trouble. After Ling Spell Peak and Medicine Peak, it was time for the other peaks to choose disciples. The other 10 peaks naturally didn't choose randomly. There was a strict order. The strongest peak would choose 1 person first, followed by the second-ranked peak, and so on. The strongest peak of the 12 peaks was the Supreme Peak. The current patriarch of the Blue Cloud sect was the leader of the Supreme Peak. "Everyone release your martial spirits as well as your cultivation," said Lin Feng, said Great Elder Zhang Quan. Then everyone released their martial souls and released the aura of their cultivation. All kinds of martial spirits appeared. There were beast martial spirits, tool martial spirits, auxiliary weapons, etc. Rising bright moon, that's an extremely rare spirit. You've broken through to the 3rd celestial layer. Not bad. What's your name? Asked Great Elder Ning Xingtian, looking at a young woman. She was about 17 or 18 years old. She was beautiful. She said, "My name is Li Mingjie. Are you willing to join the Supreme Peak?" asked Great Elder Ning Xingtian. "Yes," said Li Mingjie quickly. Chapter 509. Next was Zhou Pengkuan, the elder of the Beheading Path Peak. He looked at a 20-year-old young man. This young man's martial spirit was a 3-headed divine spirit, which was also a very rare martial spirit. "What's your name?" asked Zhou Pengkuan. "Disciple Yang Jian. Are you willing to join the Beheading Path Peak?" Disciple is willing. Next, each peak began to choose their disciples. Lin Feng discovered that Si Kong Mo's spirit was also astonishing. It was a weak water spirit. It was a terrifying spirit that could condense weak water. Weak water was extremely poisonous. Once someone was enveloped by the weak water spirit, they would be poisoned. Si Kong Mo was chosen by the 5 Elements Peak. Yu Zaij, who had a grudge against Tian Zhongdao, had a rain spirit. When he used his rain spirit, rain poured down. Each drop of rain was a sword. He was chosen by the Fog Capital Peak. The Shui brothers, Shui Shuitao and Shui Shuijia, were chosen by the 4 Extremes Peak and the Sun Peak, respectively. When it was the Godly Soul Peak's turn, their elder was a beautiful woman. Her name was Wen Hongyan. When she passed by Lin Feng, she was slightly surprised. "What spirit do you have?" When Hongyan looked at Lin Feng, Lin Feng's heart jumped. It seemed that when Hongyan wanted to choose him, the Godly Soul Peak was probably a peak that had a deep understanding of souls. If he wanted to break through to the yin-yang layer in the future, his soul would need to transform. Joining the Godly Soul Peak was a good choice. Lin Feng said, "Disciple spirit is a devouring spirit." "Oh, a devouring spirit? That's a very rare spirit. What can it do?" "It can devour all kinds of energy. It can also release a kind of confinement. said Lin Feng. That spirit is very interesting. When Hong Yun smiled, and then a look of contemplation appeared on her face. Obviously, she was hesitating. How old are you? Asked Wen Hongyun suddenly. Disciple is 20 years old, replied Lin Feng. So it's like that. He hasn't broken through to the martial king realm at the age of 20. When Hongyun sighed, she passed by Lin Feng and picked a disciple who possessed the ancient heavenly serpent martial spirit. Lin Feng felt somewhat helpless and could only continue to wait. He discovered something strange. After the first round of selection, the elder of the Heaven Mending Peak did not make a selection. So the rumors are true. The Heaven Repairing Peak can only accept the leftover disciples from other peaks. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. The Heaven Mending Peak, which used to be the most powerful peak in the past, was now in such a desolate state. People couldn't help but feel a trace of sadness. Lin Feng, Tian Zhongdao, and the old drunkard were all very helpless as the 9 peaks were selected one after another. Lin Feng's cultivation was only at the martial general realm, so he was directly ignored by these mountains. Tian Zhongdao's martial spirit was a saber martial spirit. A saber martial spirit was just a saber martial spirit, and it was a kitchen knife martial spirit. This martial spirit was too strange, and it was not a powerful martial spirit, so it was naturally ignored. As for the old drunkard, the elders didn't even have the heart to look at the old drunkard. Who would choose an old man who looked like half of his body was about to be buried in the ground? In the end, the 9 peaks finished selecting the disciples they were satisfied with. There were still more than 30 people left. Most of these disciples were at the martial general realm, and there were a few martial king realm cultivators who were not selected because they were a bit older. They were already in their 30s and were regarded as ordinary by the elders. Let's go. The elders of the peaks waved their hands and quickly left with the selected disciples. Only Lin Feng and more than 30 disciples who were not selected were left in the square. There was also the Outer Sect Palace's Grand Elder Zhang Quan and the Heaven Repairing Peak's Elder Qiao Yunqiu. Elder Qiao Yunqiu looked to be about 50 years old. Her talent was not particularly shocking, and she was able to cultivate to the yin-yang realm purely through hard work. She looked amiably at Lin Feng and the others and said, "The path of cultivation is very long and very difficult. As long as everyone works hard, you will definitely have a good future. Now, follow me back to the Heaven Repairing Peak." Elder Qiao Yunqiu seemed to be quite a good person, and her words somewhat diluted Lin Feng's gloomy mood. Since the other peaks did not choose him, there was no harm in joining the Heaven Repairing Peak. After all, he was a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. Elder Qiao Yunqiu bid farewell to Grand Elder Zhang Quan, then brought Lin Feng and the others back to the Heaven Repairing Peak. As expected, the Heaven Repairing Peak did not have many disciples. On such a large peak, there were a few dilapidated palaces, and there were very few disciples. Compared to the thousands or even tens of thousands of disciples on the other peaks, the Heaven Repairing Peak, which only had a few hundred disciples, was very shabby. Elder Qiao Yunqiu brought everyone to a large hall and said, "Now that you are all disciples of the Heaven Repairing Peak, I need to tell you about some of the Blue Cloud sect's rules. Tomorrow, you new disciples can go to the Outer Sect Disciple Peak to receive your first reward. After that, on the first day of each month and the 15th day of the month, you can also receive your reward. The reward is 500 low-grade spirit stones, 30 medium-grade spirit stones, and some fasting talismans." "Yes," Lin Feng and the others hurriedly replied. Qiao Yunqiu nodded and said, "Our Blue Cloud sect is a large sect, and we have very strict requirements for our disciples' cultivation. Every 3 months, there will be a small competition between the disciples of the 12 peaks. If the results are good, there will be many rewards. Every 3 years, there will be a large competition, and every time, the rewards will be very generous. You are all new disciples of the sect, so this time, the small competition in 3 months will be replaced by a small competition between new disciples. At that time, the disciples of the 12 peaks will compete against each other. I hope that you will be able to cultivate well during this period of time, and during the examination in 3 months, you will be able to fight for our heaven-repairing peak. We will definitely cultivate diligently. We won't dare to slack off. Lin Feng and the others hurriedly said, "You can go, but wait outside for a moment. Someone will quickly arrange your accommodations." Qiao Yunqiu said. Lin Feng and the others bowed to Qiao Yunqiu and left. Qiao Yunqiu sighed slightly. This year was the same as before, and the heaven-repairing peak only had a few remaining disciples. When she thought of the glory of the heaven-repairing peak in the past and its current decline, Qiao Yunqiu felt a deep sense of powerlessness. The competition between the 12 peaks in 3 months, it's obvious that our heaven-repairing peak will be last. Sai, how did I become a disciple of the heaven-repairing peak? After leaving, some people complained in low voices. Their expressions were extremely ugly. The heaven-repairing peak was the weakest of the 12 peaks. It had lost its powerful inheritance and had fallen into desolation. Nobody wanted to become a disciple of the heaven-repairing peak. Very quickly, a senior disciple arrived and brought Lin Feng and the others to a courtyard where they were arranged to stay. The next day, everyone gathered and went to the outer disciple hall to receive the sect's benefits. However, they discovered that there were only 10 people left. Lin Feng asked suspiciously, "Where are the others?" A skinny new disciple said, "They ran away last night." The others didn't look too good. Lin Feng said, "Let's go and report this to Elder Qiao Yunqiu." Another disciple said, "There's no need to report this. Every time the heaven-repairing peak recruits disciples, many of them run away. Those who don't run away are those who don't have any connections to the outside world and want to continue cultivating in the heaven-repairing peak. This has been going on for many years. The once glorious heaven-repairing peak has actually declined to this extent." Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. He calmed himself down and went with the others to the outer disciple hall to receive the sect's benefits. Chapter 5:10. Apart from Lin Feng, Tian Zhongdao, and the old drunkard, the other 7 were a skinny cultivator called Fan Chen, a tall, honest-looking cultivator called Zhang Kunlun, and a 16 or 17-year-old youth called Yu Ziong. The 4th was of average build and had a pale complexion, and was called Lu Zhenyu. The 5th was a fatso, and was called Li Qixuan. The remaining 2 were female cultivators. They were not very pretty, but they were not ugly either. They were the kind of women that no one would pay attention to if they were thrown into a crowd. One was called Song Chuxia, and the other was called Qi Nanrong. Everyone introduced themselves to each other on the way here. In the future, they would all be fellow disciples, and they would share honor and disgrace. Naturally, they would help and support each other. Right, why haven't we seen the Peak Lord since we've joined Heaven Mending Peak? Lin Feng asked. Li Qixuan whispered, "I heard that the Peak Lord was injured and has been in seclusion." Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had heard people talk about this before. It was said that the Peak Lord of Heaven Mending Peak, Ji Batian, had been severely injured. The higher-ups of the Blue Cloud sect planned to remove Heaven Mending Peak after Ji Batian passed away. Lin Feng had thought that it was just a rumor, but now it seemed like it was true. He sighed. If Heaven Mending Peak was removed, then the disciples of Heaven Mending Peak might be chased out of the Blue Cloud sect. But since things had come to this, they could only take one step at a time. Before long, everyone arrived at the outer sect peak. It was already packed with people. There were new disciples and old disciples. There was a sea of people who had come to receive the benefits of being an outer sect disciple. The Blue Cloud sect had a total of 300,000 disciples, and outer sect disciples made up 90% of them. Good, good, good. So many people. Tian Zhongdao sighed. Hey, isn't this Tian stutter? At that moment, a voice that imitated Tian Zhongdao's stuttering was heard. A dozen or so people walked over. These were the disciples of Misty Capital Peak, and it was Yu Zige who had let out that mocking voice. Don't go too far. Tian Zhongdao said coldly. How did I go overboard? Yu Zige sneered. Tian Zhongdao's face was ashen from anger, but he stuttered, so it was hard for him to refute Yu Zige. Lin Feng said indifferently, I remember that someone was kicked in the face by Brother Tian in Ice Flame Town and was sent flying for more than 10 meters. That guy seems to have the same surname as you, Brother Yu Zige. He seems to be from the ancient Yu clan. I wonder if Brother Yu knows him? Yu Zige's face suddenly changed. This matter was a great humiliation to him. It was also the reason why Yu Zige wanted to cut Tian Zhongdao into 1,000 pieces. Now that Lin Feng had exposed it, Yu Zige's face became extremely gloomy. Nonsense. Our House Yu's disciples won't be kicked in the face. Yu Zige said with a gloomy expression. Yeah, House Yu's seniors in the Blue Cloud sect, which one of them isn't an expert. How could they be kicked in the face? Kid, don't be an alarmist here. You're ruining Brother Yu's reputation. Yu Zige's disciples on the side hooted. Yu Zige's face was gloomy. He was really afraid that Lin Feng would say that he was kicked in the face by Tian Zhongdao. If that happened, he would lose a lot of face and become the laughingstock of the Blue Cloud sect. Yu Zige glanced coldly at Lin Feng, waved his hand, and left with the disciples of Wudu Peak. Awesome. Look. That grandson's face, sullen. I feel very, very good. Tian Zhongdao said. Evil people will be dealt with by evil people. The old drunkard muttered. Yu Zige said worriedly. Brother Lin, I heard that Yu Zige has a very deep background in Wudu Peak, and he's very talented. We can't afford to offend someone like that. It's better if we don't have any conflicts with him in the future. If we offend him and he takes revenge on us, we'll be finished. Yu Zige was a coward, but Lin Feng could understand his worries. After all, he had only joined Butian Peak, and his future was uncertain. The old drunkard patted Yu Zige's shoulder and said, What's there to be afraid of? If worse comes to worst, we'll just leave Blue Cloud sect. If this place doesn't want us, there'll be other places for us. You guys have guts. No wonder 25 of your 35 new disciples ran away. You're all thinking the same thing. You, the 10 great geniuses, are going to become the pillars of Butian Peak. A faint laughter sounded, but it was full of ridicule and disdain. Sikong Mo walked over while being surrounded by a dozen disciples. Sikong Mo's talent was very terrifying, and his cultivation was also very high. He was seen as one of the new disciples with the highest chance of reaching the Yin-Yang realm. Now, he had been personally accepted as a disciple by the Five Elements Peak's great elder. Sikong Mo's cultivation was indeed powerful. Lin Feng had exchanged blows with him before, so he knew how terrifying Sikong Mo was. Sikong Mo's martial spirit was too strange. Once it was used, it would poison the opponent. Lin Feng was speechless. Even if Butian Peak was weak, was there a need to step on them? This was the reality. There were few people who helped people in their hour of need, but there were many who kicked them when they were down. This was the most realistic world, and it could be applied anywhere. Seeing that it was Sikong Mo, the Butian Peak disciples who wanted to refute quickly shut their mouths. Sikong Mo was someone they couldn't afford to offend. Many people looked over, and when they saw Lin Feng and the others from Butian Peak, they all had gloating expressions. Which of the new disciples of Butian Peak hadn't been bullied? They had been ridiculed and humiliated. Isn't this Sikong Mo? You were chosen by the Five Elements Peak early on, and you have a martial spirit like the 3,000-week water. You're a true genius. The old drunkard looked at Sikong Mo with a smile. Sikong Mo showed a proud expression and said, "That's right, it's me. Looks like you're not blind from old age." The old drunkard said, "A genius is a genius. Sikong Mo will definitely become a rising star of the Qingyang sect in the future. Who can compete with him?" Of course. Sikong Mo became even more proud. Uft, Lin Feng laughed. Sikong Mo's expression was slightly gloomy. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "What are you laughing at? Are you laughing at me? A guy who was abandoned by the 9 peaks dares to laugh at me?" Lin Feng said, "How would I dare to laugh at genius Sikong Mo? I just think that the old drunkard is right. Brother Sikong, you're a genius with outstanding talent." Lin Feng emphasized the words outstanding talent. At this moment, everyone seemed to have come back to their senses. They all looked at Sikong Mo's forehead and saw that the swollen bump on his forehead hadn't disappeared. So this was what the old drunkard and the kid meant by outstanding talent. Many people laughed out loud. Sikong Mo also reacted. His expression immediately became gloomy, and he said coldly, "You too dare to make fun of me? Do you have a death wish?" Sikong Mo's body emitted a cold aura. His eyes were cold, as if he was about to teach Lin Feng and the old drunkard a lesson. Chapter 5:11. Everyone could feel the cold aura emanating from Sikong Mo. Many disciples who were watching the show began to discuss. The disciples of Butian Peak are different from the previous years. In the past, the disciples of Butian Peak were all cowards, but this year they dared to mock the geniuses of Wuxing Peak. How unexpected. Look at how angry Sikong Mo is. I think he's going to attack. With his cultivation level, he can easily defeat 10 people from Tianbu Peak by himself. I heard that Sikong Mo was ambushed during the exam. He was punched in the head and fainted. That's why his forehead is so swollen. The old drunkard and the young man just mocked Sikong Mo. Sikong Mo will definitely be furious when he realizes what they said. That's right. This is a great humiliation for Sikong Mo. He doesn't want to talk about it, and he doesn't want to think about it. But those 2 guys brought it up. It's no wonder he's angry. Let's wait and see. I think the disciples of Butian Peak are going to suffer. Some people looked at Lin Feng and the others with pity. Some people were gloating over their misfortune. Lin Feng said indifferently, "I heard that disciples can't fight amongst themselves." Asked the old drunkard, "Really? Is there such a rule? What happens if they fight amongst themselves?" "They'll be punished severely." Lin Feng shrugged. "These damn sect rules." Sikong Mo's expression was gloomy. He had also thought of the sect rules. There was indeed a sect rule that stated that disciples were not allowed to fight amongst themselves. As expected of a heaven-mending peak disciple, after entering the sect, he quickly familiarized himself with the sect's rules. If someone bullies him, he can use the sect's rules to scare them. This way, he can avoid being beaten. Said a disciple mockingly, Brother Sikong, why do you look so pale? Are you sick? Brother Sikong, you're so handsome because you're sick? Aren't you born with it?" asked Lin Feng, looking at Sikong Mo. "I heard that some peerless geniuses were born with outstanding talents. I thought Brother Sikong was born with it, but now I see that you're sick. It seems like I was wrong," said the old drunkard seriously. Many of the spectating disciples watched Lin Feng and the old drunkard singing the same tune, and their mouths twitched violently. Those two guys were really not afraid of death. They kept mocking and ridiculing Sikong, Mo, Yuziang, and the others were scared to death by Lin Feng and the old drunkard. Their legs and stomachs were shaking. Lin Feng and the old drunkard were walking further and further down the road of death. They had just offended Yu Zaij, and now they had offended Sikong, Mo, Yuziang, and the others couldn't help but feel worried for Lin Feng, the old drunkard, and Tian Zhongdao. They thought that those three guys weren't afraid at all. It seemed like they didn't know how strong Yu Zaij and Sikong, Mo were. They also didn't know that there was a huge gap between ordinary disciples and geniuses like Yu Zaij and Sikong, Mo in the sect. In the sect, the higher one's talent, the more attention they would receive, and the higher one's status would be. It was not something an ordinary disciple could compare to. Yu Zaij and Sikong, Mo were both disciples that the sect wanted to nurture, but the disciples of the heaven-repairing peak were all disciples that the sect had given up on and left to fend for themselves. Therefore, Lin Feng and the old drunkard were mocking Sikong, Mo. In the eyes of many people, it was tantamount to courting death. Sikong Mo's face became gloomier. Before he was knocked out by Lin Feng, Sikong Mo was in high spirits. At that time, he was a genius that everyone looked up to. He won one battle after another and obtained 97 exam tokens. He wanted to make a fortune, but he was knocked out by a punch to the head. Not only did he not make a fortune, but he also became a laughing stock. Although many people respected him on the surface, they mocked and ridiculed him behind his back. Sikong, Mo pretended that he didn't know that he was being mocked behind his back. This made him feel better. But now Lin Feng and the old drunkard were singing the same tune and sketching out his unimaginable memories. How could Sikong, Mo tolerate this? Even if I'm severely punished by the sect, I'll teach these two a lesson today. Sikong Mo's eyes were full of coldness. Boom! Sikong Mo's body emitted a terrifying aura that enveloped Lin Feng and the old drunkard. Sikong Mo is going to attack. Sikong Mo is infuriated. Sikong Mo is lonely. He's not a good choice. That kid and the old drunkard are in trouble today. Many people shook their heads. Obviously, they were not optimistic about Lin Feng and the old drunkard, even if the rest of the people from Heaven Repairing Peak attacked together. These onlookers were not optimistic about Lin Feng and the others. Since you dared to anger me, you'll have to pay the price. The sect doesn't allow killing. Don't worry, I won't take your lives, but I'll break your legs today. Sikong Mo's voice was cold. Many people gasped. Sikong Mo was too cruel. He actually wanted to break Lin Feng and the old drunkard's legs. But when they came back to their senses and thought about it, they seemed to understand why Sikong Mo did this. He mainly wanted to establish his authority in the Blue Cloud sect. In this way, those disciples who were secretly gossiping about him being knocked out by a punch would also shut up. Whoosh! Sikong Mo moved and took the lead to rush towards Lin Feng. Stop! At this moment, a cold voice was heard. In the crowd, a tall figure leaped out and stood between Lin Feng and Sikong Mo, 10th celestial layer. Sikong Mo frowned slightly. He quickly retreated and looked coldly at the tall young man before him. This is a matter between Five Elements Peak and Heaven Mending Peak. Senior brother, are you trying to interfere? It's Jingping. There's no good show to watch. When the young man appeared, many onlookers shrugged and looked helpless. I'm the eldest disciple of Heaven Repairing Peak. Do you think this has anything to do with me? Jingping looked at Sikong Mo indifferently. Eldest disciple of Heaven Repairing Peak. Sikong Mo frowned. He had the feeling that if he used his full strength, the person in front of him, who called himself the eldest disciple of heaven repairing peak, wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat him. Brother, when Lin Feng heard that the young man was Jingping, he bowed slightly and greeted him. Lin Feng and the others had heard about Jingping. Back then, he hadn't been very talented and hadn't been accepted by the sect. He had knelt outside the sect for 3 days and 3 nights. When the leader of Heaven Repairing Peak saw that Jingping had perseverance, he had accepted him into Heaven Repairing Peak as a servant. Then, through his own efforts, he had slowly become the eldest disciple of Heaven Repairing Peak. It was a miracle. Jingping nodded at Lin Feng and the others, then looked at Sikong Mo and said, "Let's end today's matter here, shall we?" Sikong Mo smiled coldly and looked at Lin Feng and the others coldly. "In 3 months, the new disciples of Heaven Repairing Peak will compete. At that time, I'm afraid that the disciples of Heaven Repairing Peak won't have a good ending. Let's wait and see." After saying that, he waved his hand and left with the others. Chapter 5:12. Yu Ziong and the others were worried when they heard Sikong Mo's threatening words. Jingping said, "Don't worry, everyone. The elders of the 12 peaks will be watching the competition. With so many higher-ups present, they will know when to stop." Hearing Jingping's words, the pale faces of Yu Ziong and the others became slightly better. Jingping looked at Lin Feng, the old drunkard, and said, "You two have just joined the sect, so sometimes you should be patient. After all, if something really happens, it will be difficult for the Heaven Mending Peak to protect you." Lin Feng asked, "Senior, have you heard of the heart-hunting grass?" Jingping was startled, not understanding why Lin Feng would ask such a question. He shook his head and said, "I haven't." Lin Feng said, "The heart-hunting grass is a kind of grass that lives in the devil's vine. I'm sure you've heard of the devil's vine before. It's an extremely terrifying plant that devours all living things, be it humans, beasts, flowers, or even trees." Jingping nodded. Although he wasn't an alchemist, he had heard of the famous devil's vine. Lin Feng continued, "The heart-hunting grass grows in areas covered by the devil's vine. This kind of living environment is too harsh. In the beginning, the heart-hunting grass was the same as other plants, living things, and even human cultivators, and was often devoured by the devil's vine. However, in this kind of difficult, living environment, the heart-hunting grass completed its own transformation, and that is its counterattack. The devil's vine doesn't have any weaknesses. It seems powerful, but it takes root in the mountain rocks. The vines are poisonous, but the roots aren't. Therefore, the heart-hunting grass strives to grow its roots, drilling into the rocks until it finally takes root in the devil's vine's roots and absorbing the devil's vine's energy. As long as the devil's vine dares to harm the heart-hunting grass, the heart-hunting grass can use its roots to strangle the devil's vine's roots in a few breaths." After hearing Lin Feng's words, not only Jingping, but Yu Ziong, Fan Chen, and the others also had thoughtful expressions. Lin Feng continued, "The ways of the world are difficult. The 12 peaks of Azure Cloud seem to be living in harmony, but the waves are turbulent. Our heaven-mending peak is in a precarious situation, and we might even be removed from the list. Are we going to be an ordinary flower or ferocious beast devoured by the demonic vine? Or was it the heart-hunting grass that was unwilling to bow down to fate and continued to strengthen itself? Blindly dodging will only boost the devil's vine's arrogance. Only an effective counterattack will be able to stifle the devil's vine's arrogance and make it obedient, not daring to easily offend the heart-hunting grass." Jingping looked at Lin Feng in shock. Lin Feng's heart-hunting grass story had deeply shaken Jingping's heart. For the first time in more than 10 years, a thought appeared in his mind, and that was to resist. Jingping was shocked by his own thoughts. He tried his best to find some reason to persuade Lin Feng, but Jingping found that he couldn't find any reason to persuade this disciple who had just joined the heaven-repairing peak. Moreover, his heart was stirring, as if he had been persuaded by this disciple who had just joined the heaven-repairing peak. Jingping sighed in his heart. If one could live a life full of dignity, who would want to live a life of humiliation? Time would smooth out this junior brother's edges, right? Jingping was a person of few words. His personality was very calm, but Jingping suddenly found that he really liked junior brother Lin Feng's radical personality. Right now, Jingping was even a bit afraid to see Lin Feng's edges being smoothed out by the cruel reality. It was just like the many disciples of the heaven-repairing peak today. They didn't have any passion and only lived their lives step by step. They were a bit like walking corpses, unable to see hope. Although Jingping didn't want to use such an ugly word to describe his junior brothers and junior sisters, Jingping suddenly felt a bit irritated. He didn't know if it was because he thought that Lin Feng would be smoothed out sooner or later, or because he thought of the humiliation the other peaks had given the heaven-repairing peak. In the end, Jingping felt a deep sense of powerlessness surround him. The heaven-repairing peak was truly desolate. The other peaks had at least 4 or 5 yin-yang realm elders, and some even had 10. However, the heaven-repairing peak only had one elder who followed the peak lord and silently protected the heaven-repairing peak. Which of the other peaks didn't have many geniuses? Every peak had a few yin-yang realm geniuses, but in the heaven-repairing peak, Jingping's strongest cultivation was only at the 10th layer of the martial king realm. Moreover, Jingping knew what kind of talent he had. His current cultivation was already the limit. He knew that he would never be able to break through the yin-yang realm. This was the heaven-repairing peak. In everyone's eyes, the heaven-repairing peak was already dispensable. Jingping sighed. He looked at Lin Feng and said, "Junior brother, you guys can go and receive the sex benefits." Jingping dragged his feet and walked into the distance. He suddenly felt a bit of sadness in his heart. He thought of the peak lord, the heaven-repairing peak, and the past. In the end, he could only sigh. Would the heaven-repairing peak really be removed from the list? After that, the days passed very peacefully. Lin Feng and the others cultivated step by step. After a month, Lin Feng planned to attempt to break through the 9th layer of the martial general realm. He felt that it was time to break through. Lin Feng set up a great spiritual gathering formation in his room. He then piled up a dense pile of spirit stones. He sat cross-legged and started to circulate the ancient dragonesque elephant technique. Immediately, the pure energy contained in the spirit stones quickly rushed out. Because of the great spiritual gathering formation, the energy didn't dissipate. The tyrannical energy poured into Lin Feng's body. Under the ancient dragonesque elephant technique's transformation, the energy transformed into the pure energy of the ancient dragonesque elephant. Then, it fused with his own pure qi. Lin Feng's pure qi quickly transformed. Rumble, rumble, rumble came out of Lin Feng's body. His pure qi was surging like a river. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng only felt that the energy in his body was crazily rising. "I broke through." Lin Feng's face showed a trace of joy. He had finally broken through from the 8th layer of the martial general realm to the 9th layer of the martial general realm. His strength had also increased from 78,125 draconesque elephant to 390,625 draconesque elephant strength. His 5 devouring martial spirits had increased his battle strength by 5 times. Lin Feng's strength could reach 1,953,125 draconesque elephant's strength. 1 draconesque elephant's strength was equivalent to 10 draconesque elephants' strength. Then, Lin Feng's strength was equivalent to 1/9531, 250 draconesque elephant's strength. This strength was simply too terrifying. Right now, Lin Feng only needed to move his finger to crush a cultivator of the 10th layer of the martial general realm. When he used all kinds of methods, he could even defeat ordinary martial king cultivators. Of course, if he encountered someone like Lin Feng who had terrifying battle strength, it would be hard to say. For example, Si Kong Mo was very terrifying. Si Kong Mo's martial spirit was especially terrifying. When Si Kong Mo used the 3,000 weak water spirit, there weren't many people below the yin-yang layer who would dare to say that they could defeat Si Kong Mo. Not bad. You've already broken through to the 9th layer of the martial general realm. At that moment, a voice entered Lin Feng's ears. When he heard this voice, Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. The Fire Qilin. It was actually the Fire Qilin's voice. Chapter 5:13. I'll wait for you in the forest. Come and see me quickly. The Fire Qilin said telepathically. Lin Feng quickly got up and went to the forest on Tian Mending Peak to find the Fire Qilin. I didn't think that so many things would happen during this period of time. I only found out that something had happened to your family after I left the Qingyang sect. The Fire Qilin said. Lin Feng nodded and said, I need to do everything I can to increase my cultivation level and then return to the Eastern Divine Prefecture to go to Aotian ancient capital. The Fire Qilin said, haste makes waste when it comes to cultivation. You can't rush it. Did you know that the Blue Cloud sect is related to the Qingyang sect in the Eastern Divine Prefecture? What? They're related? Lin Feng's expression changed. He had a deep grudge with the Qingyang sect. The higher-ups of the Qingyang sect didn't want to let Lin Feng off either. The founder of the Qingyang sect was an outstanding disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. He later established his own sect. The reason why the Qingyang sect is so strong is because of the Blue Cloud sect support. But you don't have to worry too much. The Qingyang sect thinks that they're strong now, while the Blue Cloud sect is getting weaker day by day. That's why the Qingyang sect isn't very happy with the Blue Cloud sect, and they've had a few disputes. They're both very cold. Lin Feng nodded and said, You just used telepathy to talk to me. Have you recovered your godly power? The Fire Qilin was depressed and cursed. I could have recovered my godly power, but I was tricked by that bastard Taoist Wu Liang. Huh? Tricked by that bastard? What happened? Lin Feng asked curiously. That day, we went to the grave of the second patriarch of the Qingyang sect and found a 50,000-year-old Yin spirit netherworld grass. It's a supreme treasure of the king level. The Fire Qilin ground its teeth as it spoke. 50,000-year-old. Lin Feng gasped. 5,000 years. The world had changed, and a stock of spiritual medicine had actually grown for 50,000 years. This was too shocking. The Fire Qilin continued that 50,000-year-old spirit herb can stimulate my body and allow my body to produce divine power once again. Originally, I had an agreement with that bastard, the dead Taoist, that the rest of the treasures would belong to that dead Taoist, and that 50,000-year-old spirit herb would belong to me. That dead Taoist also agreed, but he didn't expect that dead Taoist to sneak attack me and forcibly snatch the spirit herb from my hands before fleeing. I only managed to snatch a small portion of the spirit herb. After consuming it, it stimulated my body to produce divine power. Now, I can be considered to have recovered some of my cultivation, which is roughly equivalent to the 10th layer of the martial king realm. If I had eaten the entire spirit herb, I might have completely recovered. Holy shit, there's actually such a thing? Lin Feng was dumbfounded. The Fire Qilin wanted to cry, but had no tears. Don't let me see that damned fatso again. Otherwise, I'll cut him into 1,000 pieces, strip him naked, and parade him through the streets. Lin Feng could understand the Fire Qilin's gloominess. It had teamed up with the boundless Taoist, but in the end, it had been set up miserably by the boundless Taoist. The Fire Qilin had always wanted to recover its divine power and had been about to succeed, but had been set up by the boundless Taoist. I knew that damned Taoist wasn't reliable. Lin Feng said, but it's not like I didn't gain anything. At least I recovered some of my divine power and am no longer like before. Furthermore, I secretly learned the dividing metal acupuncture point technique from that damned Taoist. Oh, dividing metal acupuncture point technique? What kind of secret technique is that? Lin Feng was puzzled. The Fire Qilin said, it's not a secret technique. It's a grave robbing technique. Grave robbing? Lin Feng was astonished. In Qimen Dunjia, the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams, there were records of grave robbing techniques, but grave robbing techniques were extremely mysterious. Very few people dared to rob tombs. This was because the tombs of many powerhouses were filled with traps and extremely dangerous. Of course, there was also another reason. If one dared to rob the tombs of powerhouses, they would be hunted down by their descendants. This dividing metal acupuncture point technique is indeed marvelous. I used this technique on my way here and found a tomb. The Fire Qilin's eyes shone. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, are you talking about the Blue Cloud Sex Ancestors' tomb? Stop messing around. If you dig up the Blue Cloud Sex Ancestors' tomb, I guarantee that those old bastards from the Blue Cloud sect will skin you alive. The Fire Qilin said, of course it's not the Blue Cloud Sex Ancestors' tomb. I found it on my way here. To be more precise, it might not be a tomb, but an ancient cultivator's cave. An ancient cultivator's cave? Lin Feng was puzzled. Shouldn't this ancient cultivator's cave be on the ground? It's normal for some ancient cultivators to build their cave underground. Of course, it's also possible that for some unknown reasons, the ancient cultivator's cave was buried underground. Although that damned Taoist character isn't good, his dividing metal acupuncture point technique is heaven-defying. It's not as simple as robbing tombs. This dividing metal acupuncture point technique can also find the hidden ancient cultivator's cave. The Fire Qilin said, amazing, really amazing. There's actually such a secret technique in this world. Lin Feng clicked his tongue in wonder. Let's go to the ancient cultivator's cave and explore it. The Fire Qilin said, okay. Lin Feng naturally had no objections. He and the Fire Qilin left the Blue Cloud sect and rushed towards the forest in the distance. The Blue Cloud sect was surrounded by mountains for hundreds of miles. There were many terrifying beasts roaming around the mountains, and there were even a few Beast King-level existences. However, the higher-ups of the Blue Cloud sect had reached an evil agreement with these Beast Kings that they couldn't harm the Blue Cloud sect's disciples. These Beast Kings were intelligent and naturally knew what to do. Since they wanted to live in this place for a long time, they had to maintain a good relationship with the Blue Cloud sect. The place the Fire Qilin was talking about was located in a huge valley. I'll teach you an earth escape technique. Once you learn it, you can travel underground. As soon as the Fire Qilin finished speaking, it transmitted the cultivation method of a secret technique into Lin Feng's mind. This earth escape technique wasn't difficult to cultivate. After 2 hours, Lin Feng had comprehended the earth escape technique. Then, he entered the valley with the Fire Qilin. After using the earth escape technique, the surrounding soil quickly separated. They continued to dive for about 700 to 800 meters, but they still didn't find anything. Lin Feng said, no, I'm almost at my limit. It's difficult to continue diving. The fire Qilin said, "Hold on a little longer. If we can't find anything, we'll leave." Lin Feng nodded. After diving for another 100 meters, suddenly, a huge black energy screen appeared below them. Waves of shocking fluctuations escaped from the black energy screen. "Found it! The ancient cultivator's cave. Whoosh, whoosh." Lin Feng and the fire Qilin quickly rushed into the black energy screen. However, as soon as they rushed in, a cold and gloomy aura enveloped the two of them. Whoosh, whoosh. A cold light suddenly erupted. A 10-meter-long blade condensed and slashed towards Lin Feng and the fire Qilin, wanting to cut them in half. Not good. Danger. Chapter 5:14. Clang. Lin Feng's reaction speed was extremely fast. He took out the black dragon sword and blocked the attack. The fire Qilin waved its claws and slapped forward. Although the fire Qilin's divine power had dried up, its physical body was extremely terrifying. It was much more powerful than many magic treasures. The fire Qilin's claw collided with the incoming saber light, blocking the attack of the saber light. Whoosh, whoosh. Two figures quickly rushed over. They were two cultivators wearing blood-red robes and wielding blood-red blades. Cultivators. Lin Feng was shocked. "No, they're blood corpses." The fire Qilin said, "They're dead people who have been refined into corpses. This is an extremely cruel method. Generally, only demonic forces would use such a cruel method to refine blood corpses. I'm guessing that this place must be extremely ancient. You should know that the Blue Cloud sect has been here for more than 100,000 years, which means that this place must be a ruin from 100,000 years ago." As soon as the fire Qilin finished speaking, the two blood corpses had already rushed over. They waved their blades and slashed at Lin Feng and the fire Qilin. Binding technique. Lin Feng used a spirit array technique. Swish, the dense spirit inscriptions intertwined and entangled the two blood corpses, making it difficult for them to move. Lin Feng slashed at one of the blood corpses. With a puchi, the blood corpse's head was cut off. The fire Qilin went forward and broke the second blood corpse's neck. The two blood corpses fell down. Lin Feng and the fire Qilin looked into the depths and saw that it was a huge underground castle. Perhaps it was because no one had been here for a long time, but the place was emitting a cold and eerie aura. Lin Feng frowned slightly and said, "This place is eerie and scary. There must be a lot of good things buried here." The fire Qilin said. The two of them entered the castle, but at that moment, a blood-red light surged out of the castle, and gusts of cold wind whistled. Swish, swish, densely packed blood corpses appeared. There were probably thousands of them. After seeing those bloody corpses, Lin Feng and the fire Qilin's faces became extremely ugly. "Run!" The fire Qilin shouted and rushed into the depths of the castle. Whoosh! Lin Feng was even faster, directly surpassing the fire Qilin. F***CK. The fire Qilin couldn't help but roll its eyes. Roar, roar, roar. A deep roar came from behind, and the densely packed blood corpses quickly chased after them. That eerie and terrifying aura made Lin Feng feel as if he had fallen into a boundless purgatory, as if he was facing a group of evil spirits. These blood corpses were no different from evil spirits. There are so many blood corpses. What are they guarding? Lin Feng's expression was extremely solemn. According to the fire Qilin, Devil Path experts refine blood corpses in order to protect something. Even after the Devil Path experts died, the blood corpses would continue to live and continue to protect the things they wanted to protect. It must be something extraordinary. I feel like it's in the depths of the castle. The fire Qilin shouted. Whoosh whoosh, Lin Feng and the fire Qilin quickly rushed into the depths of the castle, and the army of blood corpses chased after them. The blood corpses waved the blood swords in their hands and slashed at Lin Feng and the fire Qilin. Buzz. An incredible amount of blood-red blade lights condensed together, blotting out the sky and blotting out the earth as they moved towards Lin Feng and the fire unicorn. Feeling the aura behind them, Lin Feng and the fire Qilin's faces changed. If they were hit, they would definitely die. Archaic Divine Emperor Qiongqi clone, come out! Lin Feng shouted. Roar! The Qiongqi clone appeared, and its huge body blocked in front of Lin Feng and the fire Qilin. Lin Feng and the fire Qilin hid themselves behind the Qiongqi clone. Clang, clang, clang. The densely packed attacks landed on the body of the primordial sage Emperor Qiongqi's clone. Instantly, a series of clanging sounds could be heard. The blade lights slammed into the body of the Qiongqi clone, but they were unable to break open the body of the Qiongqi clone. However, the powerful impact still sent the Qiongqi clone flying. Even Lin Feng and the fire Qilin, who were hiding behind the Qiongqi clone, were sent flying. Lin Feng felt as if he had been hit by an ancient mountain. He was lifted into the air, and he felt his blood boil. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The attack of thousands of blood corpses was naturally terrifying. Even if it did not hit Lin Feng and the fire Qilin, the shockwave that was emitted almost injured him. Go! Lin Feng shouted, and the fire Qilin jumped onto Lin Feng's shoulder. Lin Feng summoned his golden wings and quickly flew into the depths of the castle. Whoosh! The Qiongqi clone flew behind them, protecting Lin Feng and the fire Qilin. Screech! When Lin Feng and the fire Qilin reached the depths of the castle, they suddenly heard a shrill screech. Dense black shadows appeared. These black shadows were wearing black robes, and they stretched out their pale white claws, revealing only their pale green eyes. They rushed towards Lin Feng and the fire Qilin. Not good. These are spirits. They are terrifying creatures refined by demonic experts after extracting the souls of cultivators. These spirits are like evil spirits, extremely evil and almost immortal. Seeing the spirits rushing out from the depths of the castle, the fire Qilin's expression was extremely serious. Screech! The overwhelming number of spirits rushed towards Lin Feng and the fire Qilin. Ghostly qi filled the air, and it was as if this place was about to turn into a world of hell. This was a really creepy scene. It was as if countless evil spirits were rushing over. It's over! The fire Qilin screamed. Whoosh! At this critical moment, Lin Feng summoned a treasure. It was a Buddha's bone saraira, a treasure that Lin Feng had obtained in the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. Good. When Lin Feng summoned the Buddha's bone saraira, it hovered above Lin Feng. Endless golden light rushed out from the Buddha's bone saraira. The golden light was boundless. In the Buddha's bone saraira, an old monk sat cross-legged with his palms together and chanted Buddhist mantras. Suddenly, the golden Buddha's light spread out in all directions. They were touched by the golden Buddha's light. There was a sizzling sound, and the spirits' bodies emitted black smoke. When they came into contact with the Buddha's light, the spirits' bodies seemed to be burning. Screech! The densely packed spirits scattered in all directions in horror. Whoosh! Lin Feng sped up and rushed into the depths of the castle. He saw that in the depths of the castle, scorching underground flames were burning. Above the flames, there was a huge cauldron. The energy in the cauldron was intertwined, and the energy wrapped around a pitch-black beast egg. Beast egg! The Blood Corpse Army and the Spirit Army are guarding this beast egg. This beast egg is definitely not simple. The fire Qilin exclaimed. Let's get it first. Lin Feng quickly rushed toward the beast egg. When he got close to the cauldron, a destructive aura surged out. Above the cauldron, a 10,000-meter-tall phantom condensed. It was a man in black, like an immortal god. He stood in the void, and a pair of narrow eyes looked coldly at Lin Feng. Impudent. The cold voice suddenly sounded. Hearing that voice, Lin Feng looked like he was struck by lightning. With a cry, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 5:15. Terrifying. It was too terrifying, shouted a silhouette coldly. Lin Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood. The fire Qilin looked unsightly. It had lost its godly strength, and its cultivation was limited. The army of blood corpses and spirits started trembling when the phantom appeared. The phantom in front of them was like a god. It was powerful, immortal, and mysterious. It controlled the most ancient of powers, and it looked down on all the living beings in the world. God. The fire Qilin was terrified. It could sense the terrifying chi of the phantom, even though it was just a mark in front of it. At its peak, the fire Qilin was infinitely close to being a god, but it still wasn't a god. Only those who were close to that level would know what the word god meant. This place was actually left behind by a divine-level demonic cultivator. Moreover, this demonic cultivator's divine sense was still present. What did that mean? It meant that the god-level demon cultivator wasn't dead yet. How terrifying! What kind of beast did that egg belong to? Why would such a terrifying being care about it? Lowly ant, you dare to covet my treasures? Die! That terrifying devil expert raised his right hand and slammed it down. That attack enveloped Lin Feng and the fire Qilin. Oh no! Lin Feng was dumbstruck when he realized that he couldn't move. He could only stare blankly at that terrifying attack. He was powerless to resist. As for the fire Qilin, it was the same as Lin Feng's situation. The fire Qilin wasn't even as strong as Lin Feng. Ancient Divine Emperor Qiongqi's clone, shouted Lin Feng. Just as the attack was about to reach Lin Feng and the fire Qilin, Lin Feng summoned the Ancient Divine Emperor Qiongqi's clone. The Ancient Divine Emperor Qiongqi's clone rushed forward and slapped the huge hand. An ant dares to resist, said the voice coldly. The enormous palm suddenly slapped down and directly slapped the primeval divine Emperor Qiongqi's clone away, and then it continued to blast towards Lin Feng and the fire Qilin. A terrifying pressure spread out and enveloped Lin Feng and the fire Qilin. Even someone as strong as Lin Feng found it hard to withstand. Crack, crack. Lin Feng's body began to crack like porcelain. One could imagine. When the gigantic palm came crashing down from the sky, he would definitely be slapped to death. Demonic orb. If I die, you won't have a good time either. Lin Feng wanted to activate the demonic bead, but there was no reaction from it. He could not help but threaten the demonic bead, but there was still no reaction from it. Lin Feng wanted to cry, but had no tears. This demonic bead was too strange. He had clearly refined it with his blood, but he was unable to activate it. Lin Feng turned his gaze to another treasure, dark nether devil tome. This was a treasure he had snatched from the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. Could this treasure save his life at a critical moment? Xianming demonic book. You were brought out by me from the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. I know you are extraordinary. Now, the demonic bead wants to devour you, but I have refined it. Although I cannot control it now, if you help me now and the demonic bead tries to devour you in the future, I will definitely find a way to help you deal with it. Boom! As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the demonic bead that had been motionless suddenly emitted a terrifying energy. that terrifying energy shook Lin Feng so much that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Feng really wanted to break the demonic bead. In a life-and-death situation, the demonic bead did not help him. It even wanted to trick him. However, Lin Feng did not have the ability to break the demonic bead. Whoosh! To Lin Feng's delight, the Xianming demonic book actually moved. It was surrounded by demonic light and flew out quickly, floating above Lin Feng's head. This is the deity-level demonic Dao expert looked at the Xianming demonic book in shock. His face was filled with shock and astonishment. Could it be? He seemed to have thought of something, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Ha ha ha! Then, the deity-level demonic expert laughed loudly. I really didn't expect it to be this item. Boy, this item is mine. The deity-level demonic expert shouted coldly. His palm that had been aimed at Lin Feng and the fire qilin was now aimed at the Xianming demonic book. What is the origin of this Xianming demonic book? This demonic expert must know. Judging from his expression, this Xianming demonic book must have a great origin. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, he did not have time to think about this. He looked at the Xianming demonic book nervously. He did not know if this strange treasure could withstand the attack of this terrifying demonic sovereign. Just as the deity-level demonic expert reached out to grab the Xianming demonic book, the Xianming demonic book emitted a shocking wave of energy. Lin Feng suddenly felt that the wave of energy seemed to have resonated with the heavens and earth. One of the distorted ancient characters on the Xianming demonic book moved. In the next moment, the ancient character shot up into the sky. This was one of the hundreds of ancient characters that had been imprinted on the Xianming demonic book. Usually, these characters were very blurry, and it was impossible to see what they were. But now, an ancient character flew out, surrounded by endless demonic light, and resonated with the heavens and earth. In the void, a low voice sounded. It was like the voice of the heavens and earth. The word Tao was formed by the origin of the heavens and earth. This word Tao is the word destruction in the ancient divine script. Boy, hurry up and imprint this word in your mind. Don't ask anything. Even if you don't understand it, imprint it in your mind. This is a heaven-defying opportunity. This is the legendary word, Tao, that was formed when the heavens and earth were created. The fire qilin roared. Then he shut his mouth because his eyes were fixed on the word annihilation. Lin Feng was shocked. He knew very well what the word Tao that was formed by the heavens and earth meant. Lin Feng also stared at the word destruction in the void. He tried his best to imprint the word in his mind. But soon Lin Feng let out a shrill cry. His yin-yang realm eighth, firmament, soul, could not withstand the impact of the word Tao. Lin Feng felt like his soul was about to explode. Although it was only a word, it was not an ordinary word. It was the word Tao that was formed when the heavens and earth were created. The word heavenly Tao. The word Tao contained too much information. No, I won't give up. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, still staring at the word Tao. If he missed such a great opportunity, would there be a next time? Lin Feng did not know if there would be a next time. The Xianming demonic book was very strange. Lin Feng did not know if the word Tao would fly out the next time he attacked. Lin Feng did not care about the future. He only wanted to seize every moment. He only wanted to seize the present. Lin Feng frantically circulated the Archean dragon-esque elephant art. His shattered soul was rapidly recovering. The pain that Lin Feng experienced was worse than death. But he still stared at the word Tao, trying his best to imprint the word in his mind and in the depths of his soul. During the process of his soul being destroyed and repaired, Lin Feng's soul completed another transformation. He transformed from Yin Yang Realm 8th Firmament to Yin Yang Realm 9th Firmament. After Lin Feng transformed, Lin Feng felt that the pain caused by the word Tao had lessened significantly. In the depths of Lin Feng's soul, the word destroy was imprinted. This was the word heaven and Tao. Lin Feng succeeded. He collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. Suppress. The divine, realm demonic expert roared and pressed his palm against the word destroy. But the word Tao was too terrifying, just like the meaning of destroy. Everything that stood in its way was destroyed. Bang! The Tao annihilation character instantly shattered the attack of the godly spirit realm devil Tao expert, and then struck the body of the godly spirit realm devil Tao expert. Crack, crack! Even the divine, realm demonic expert's body began to crumble. Damn it, you actually broke my divine sense. Brat, I'll remember you. You should remember me too. My name is Blood Heaven Demon, Sovereign. When I return, I'll tear you to pieces. As soon as Blood Sky Overlord's voice fell, his 10,000 feet tall body collapsed. Even a body formed by the divine will of a divine realm expert like Blood Sky Overlord could not withstand a light blow from the word destroy. It was hard to imagine how powerful the word destroy was. Chapter 5:16. Swoosh. After destroying the Blood Sky Overlord's divine telekinesis, the Xianming demonic book turned into a stream of light and rushed into Lin Feng's Dan Tian. Let's go. Fire Qilin shouted. Lin Feng did not dare to hesitate. He quickly got up and rushed to the giant cauldron. He grabbed the mysterious black egg and kept the Archean divine Emperor Qiong Qi's clone into his body. He then spread his golden wings and rushed out with Fire Qilin. Roar. The Blood Corpse army roared and chased after Lin Feng and Fire Qilin. The Spirit army also floated over. They were as fast as lightning. Whoosh. Soon, Lin Feng and Fire Qilin rushed out of the castle shrouded in black light. The Blood Corpse army and the Ghost army were unable to charge out of the black light screen, and they all let out angry roars. Phew! Only then did Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. He and Fire Qilin rushed out of the underground world. With a thump, Lin Feng lay on the ground, panting heavily. He could still feel the burning pain all over his body. This pain was caused by the damned demonic orb. Thinking about the demonic orb that was impervious to everything, Lin Feng felt a headache coming on. After resting for a while, Lin Feng and Fire Qilin flew toward the Blue Cloud sect. A day later, Lin Feng and Fire Qilin returned to the Blue Cloud sect. Lin Feng, where have you been these few days? Our peak master has appeared, Tian Zhongdao said excitedly when he saw Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew that this guy would not stutter when he was excited. Lin Feng was shocked. He did not expect the peak master to appear. He said, I went out to do something. By the way, have you all met the peak master? Yes, all of us new disciples went to see the peak lord. Our peak lord was extremely terrifying when he was young and had the greatest potential to become an almighty being. Unfortunately, he was injured. If he hadn't been injured and became an almighty being, our heaven-repairing peak wouldn't have fallen to this state. Tian Zhongdao said with a sigh. Lin Feng nodded and said, I'll go now and see if I can meet the peak lord. All right, go ahead, Tian Zhongdao said. Huh, who is this guy? Just as he was about to leave, Tian Zhongdao saw the Fire Qilin and couldn't help but mutter. Lin Feng knew the Fire Qilin's temper, and he was afraid that Tian Zhongdao would say something wrong. He quickly pulled Tian Zhongdao away and said, I picked it up on the road. It's an unknown spirit beast, so there's nothing to be surprised about. Tian Zhongdao didn't mind and went out with Lin Feng. Lin Feng first went to see Elder Chow Yunxiu. If he wanted to see the Peak Lord, he naturally needed Elder Chow Yunxiu's recommendation. After seeing Lin Feng, Elder Chow Yunxiu was slightly surprised. Perhaps she didn't expect that Lin Feng would appear here. When she found out that Lin Feng had left, she thought that Lin Feng had also left Heaven Mending Peak like the other disciples. Now, it seemed that she had wrongly blamed Lin Feng. Seeing that Lin Feng had returned, Elder Chow Yunxiu was very happy. Lin Feng said, "2 days ago I had some matters to attend to, so I wasn't able to meet the Peak Lord. When I came back, I heard about this matter and went to see Elder, hoping that Elder could recommend me. New disciples have to meet the Peak Lord. This has always been the rule. Although you missed the opportunity to meet the Peak Lord hasn't gone into seclusion yet. I'll bring you to meet him." Elder Chow Yunxiu stood up. "Thank you, Elder." Lin Feng bowed. He followed behind Elder Chow Yunxiu. In Qingxin Palace, Lin Feng met the sect lord Qi Batian. 20 years ago, he was known as the Blue Cloud sect's #1 genius. He had a medium build, but he was very tall. He was a very handsome middle-aged man. However, his face was a little sickly pale. "Senior brother, this is Lin Feng," Chow Yunxiu said. "Disciple Lin Feng greets the Peak Lord." Lin Feng bowed to Qi Batian. After seeing Lin Feng, Qi Butian's pupils shrank violently, but he quickly regained his calm. He smiled and said, "We're all family. There's no need for such formalities. You may rise." "Yes." Lin Feng stood up. "Then I'll take my leave first." Elder Chow Yunxiu bowed slightly to Qi Batian, then left. Qi Batian pointed to the seat in front of him and said, "Sit here and have a cup of tea." Lin Feng nodded and sat upright. There was a small stove on the table that was boiling tea. A faint fragrance wafted out of it. Qi Batian didn't have the arrogance of a Peak Lord. He was very calm. Sitting next to him, Lin Feng also calmed down. It was as if he was in a quiet forest and had become one with the lush greenery. It was a very strange feeling, and it shocked Lin Feng. He felt that Qi Batian wasn't simple at all. The path of cultivation is long. Who knows where the end is? Everyone says that longevity is good, but even so, it's difficult to escape old age and decay. In the end, it's all for naught. Even so, there are countless people who persevere and don't regret it even if they have to risk their lives. Do you know the true meaning of cultivation? Qi Batian looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng hadn't expected Qi Batian to ask him such a question. Lin Feng cultivated to make himself stronger. He had never thought about the true meaning of cultivation. "I don't know." Lin Feng shook his head. Qi Batian said, "It's the heart." "The heart?" Lin Feng was puzzled. "The heart of the Tao," Qi Batian said. "Cultivation requires you to shape your own heart of the Tao. You have to persevere and not be disturbed by external factors or obstructed by difficulties. Only then can you continue on this path." Lin Feng was moved. This was the first time he had heard such a thing. Even the Fire Qilin had never discussed the heart of the Tao with him. However, Lin Feng didn't know what the heart of the Tao was, so he asked Qi Batian for guidance. "I can see hatred in your eyes. I can see obsession and the reason for your perseverance," Qi Batian said. "These aren't enough to become your heart of the Tao. At most, they are motivation, but they aren't your heart of the Tao." "I don't understand. What is the heart of the Tao?" Lin Feng asked. "Everyone has a different Tao." Qi Batian smiled and said, "Try this tea and see how it tastes." Lin Feng took a sip of the tea and felt that it was very refreshing. Then a warm current swept through his body. This was no ordinary tea. Lin Feng and Qi Butian chatted for a long time. Late at night, Lin Feng said his goodbyes and left. Qi Butian wasn't a simple person. Based on their conversation, it was clear that he had seen something, but he hadn't said anything. When he returned to his residence, Lin Feng and the Fire Qilin talked about the heart of the Tao. The Fire Qilin said, "It seems that Qi Butian is quite extraordinary. He actually talked to you about the heart of the Tao." "I can't talk to you about this because forming the heart of the Tao depends on oneself. Some people, even if they cultivate to the almighty realm, may find it difficult to form their own heart of the Tao." Lin Feng was moved. Even now, he still couldn't understand what the heart of the Tao Qi Butian was talking about. Lin Feng took out the mysterious egg and studied it with the Fire Qilin, but they couldn't figure out what kind of beast it was. However, the blood heavenly evil sovereign had paid a huge price to hatch this egg. It was obvious that this egg was quite astonishing. Since they couldn't figure out the origin of the egg for now, Lin Feng put it away. He would wait and see if he could find any clues about it in the future. In the dead of night, Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and began to meditate on the destruction character. Chapter 5:17. The word annihilation was branded in the deepest part of Lin Feng's soul. It was surrounded by the most ancient aura of Tao. This was the word, Tao, that was formed when the world was first created. Lin Feng had already seen how terrifying the word, Tao, was. He also talked to the Fire Qilin and learned that the world was formed when the world was first created. Among the ancient divine words, there was a section called Heavenly Tao Divine Words. There were thousands of words in the Heavenly Tao Divine Words. They were formed by the Tao of the world and were called Tao words. As for these characters, they were known as Tao characters. Different Tao words had different abilities. Some Tao words contained powerful offensive power, just like the Tao word, annihilation. Some of the Tao characters contained other types of power. Even the Taoist 9 syllables mantra, Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jia, Zhen, Lai, Qian, and Xing were all Tao words. However, the Taoist 9 syllables had obtained these Tao words long ago. Therefore, the later generations rarely mentioned the origin of the 9 syllables mantra. Lin Feng had seen the soldier Saint Han Fei Zi use the weapon incantation in the Weapon Burial Valley. He had used the weapon incantation to control hundreds of godly demon soldiers. This was the ability of the Tao word Bing. It could control all kinds of weapons. Even if it was someone else's weapon, it could be controlled to attack its owner. Just thinking about it made one feel that this ability was terrifying. Now, Lin Feng had imprinted the word annihilation in his brain. It wasn't easy. He had almost lost his life because of the word annihilation. However, when he thought of the terrifying power of the Tao word annihilation, it was all worth it. As long as he could comprehend the Tao word annihilation, it would definitely be a terrifying and heaven-defying trump card. Lin Feng was immersed in comprehending the Tao word annihilation. He sensed an ancient aura coming from the Tao word annihilation. Lin Feng carefully sensed this ancient aura. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng suddenly realized that he seemed to have arrived in an ancient world. This was a world of chaos. In the world of chaos, anything could be born. Dong. Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Then, a roar came from the world of chaos. It was the voice of the heavenly Tao. Heaven and earth resonated, producing syllables. Lin Feng looked over. In the endless chaos world, ancient divine runes soared into the sky. The word Tao, formed by the heavenly Tao. Lin Feng cried out in surprise. Every time a divine character appeared, a majestic sound would resound between heaven and earth. However, Lin Feng couldn't understand what the voice meant. He couldn't understand those words either. Those voices, those words, They were filled with endless mysteries. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng finally saw words that he recognized soaring into the sky. Annihilate. That was the word destruction. It was imprinted in the depths of Lin Feng's soul, and had already become one with his soul. Even if he forgot anything, Lin Feng would never forget the word, Tao. The deep voice suddenly came from the world of chaos, resounding through the clouds. The majestic voice penetrated the endless void, the endless world, and the torrent of time, and was imprinted in the depths of Lin Feng's soul. At that moment, Lin Feng felt as if he was about to become a chaotic light in this world of chaos and become one with the mysterious word, Tao. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng's consciousness returned to his body. He opened his eyes, and his face revealed an expression of incomparable surprise. This was because Lin Feng found that he seemed to have grasped the method of operating the word Tao. With a thought, he tried to condense the word Tao. Boom! When the word Tao was condensed, Lin Feng felt as if the void was trembling violently. This was an extremely terrifying thing. However, Lin Feng quickly dispersed the word Tao. The word Tao was naturally powerful, but it consumed too much energy. After condensing it, Lin Feng actually felt a little weak. What a terrifying Tao! It almost devoured all the energy in my body. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. The more powerful a secret technique was, the more energy it consumed. It was just like how the word Tao consumed the body. You've actually grasped the word Tao? The fire Qilin was startled awake, and it looked at Lin Feng in shock. Lin Feng nodded. I was lucky to have comprehended it. How was your epiphany? The fire Qilin immediately howled. Damn it! I used to be a peerless expert who stood at the peak of the Sky Martial Continent. Even with my comprehension ability, I still haven't comprehended the Tao character annihilation. But you've already comprehended it. Comparisons are odious. The fire Qilin ran back and forth in the room, venting its frustrations. Lin Feng also felt that his power of understanding was monstrous. Maybe it had something to do with the fact that he was practicing the ancient Dracophant formula. The ancient Dracophant formula wasn't only beneficial to his physical body. It also helped him improve his power of understanding. The days passed, and the day of the competition of the 12 mountains drew closer and closer. However, Lin Feng could sense that Yu Ziyang and the others were pessimistic. They were all going to participate in the competition of the 12 mountains, but none of them had the slightest bit of confidence. Lin Feng naturally didn't say anything, because no matter what he said, it wouldn't change their pessimism. Tian Zhongdao, on the other hand, was very optimistic. Tian Zhongdao was definitely not simple. Back then, he had appeared out of nowhere and attacked Yu Ziyang by surprise. Lin Feng didn't know if that was a concealment technique or some other ability. As for the old drunkard, he had never seen the old drunkard cultivate. Apart from drinking, all he did was wander around the Blue Cloud sect. Lin Feng suspected that the old drunkard wasn't here to become a disciple. He was most likely here to find the legendary heaven-mending technique. After all, it was rumored that the heaven-mending technique was still somewhere in the Blue Cloud sect. It was just hidden. Every night, Lin Feng would study the stargazing chart. Now, he could see the changes of 3,769 diagrams. That night, when Lin Feng was studying the stargazing chart, something happened that shocked him. Yesterday, Lin Feng saw 3,769 diagrams, but today, when he was studying the stargazing platform, the number of diagrams he saw quickly broke through 5,000, and it was still increasing. One chart after another appeared in his mind. It didn't take long for him to break through 10,000 charts. What's going on? Lin Feng's face was full of astonishment. Lin Feng was staring at the star map. He was completely immersed in it. In his brain, there were countless star maps. In the end, Lin Feng saw 90,000 star maps. 90,000 star charts. How is this possible? Chapter 5:18. Lin Feng had heard from Tao Shi that the founder of Nebula Pavilion, Supreme God Nebula, had been able to observe 38,000 star charts. One had to know that Supreme God Nebula was the cultivator who had seen the most star charts. Furthermore, Supreme God Nebula was a godly spirit realm expert. But now, Lin Feng had seen 90,000 star charts. How could Lin Feng not be shocked and moved? What is the reason that allowed me to see 90,000 star charts? Lin Feng murmured. His heart was filled with shock. Suddenly, he thought of the word Tao. Could it have something to do with him comprehending the world's origin power? The word Tao. The star chart itself was a supreme treasure. The one in Lin Feng's hand was only a copy. Such supreme treasures usually contained the most ancient and mysterious Tao. Perhaps it was because Lin Feng had comprehended the word Tao that he was able to see 90,000 star charts by chance. Now, the 90,000 star charts in Lin Feng's mind began to rotate rapidly. Each star chart emitted a dazzling starlight. The star charts began to automatically arrange themselves in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng sensed the changes in his mind in astonishment. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. The 90,000 star charts in his mind were arranged in a special pattern. Each star chart was connected to each other, forming a star chart scroll. After an unknown amount of time, the arrangement of the 90,000 star charts was finally completed. At that moment, a dazzling starlight shot out from each of the 90,000 star charts. The light of the 90,000 stars intertwined. Amidst the starlight, a blurry figure appeared. In this life, I stood alone in the world. I ascended the 9 heavens and stood at the peak. Only then did I realize what I had missed. Suddenly, the blurry figure let out a deep sigh. 90,000 star charts condensed into a starlight figure. Could this person be the mysterious expert who created the immemorial stargazing art? Lin Feng's heart was filled with shock. The immemorial stargazing art. It was known as the #1 soul-tempering art in the world. It was a supreme, divine art comparable to the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. Lin Feng calmed himself down and carefully sensed the figure in the starlight. He couldn't see the figure's appearance clearly, but Lin Feng seemed to be able to sense its emotions. It was so sad and filled with endless regret. Why is it like this? He stood at the peak of cultivation and looked down on the world. Why would he feel sad? Muttered Lin Feng. He didn't understand the reason. After a long time, Lin Feng murmured to himself. What did he miss? What made him so sad? He stood at the peak of the universe, yet he still left behind such a huge regret. Was it his family? Or are they lovers? Soon, the night passed, and Lin Feng woke up from his cultivation. That night, Lin Feng had learned a lot. He had seen 90,000 star maps and that mysterious silhouette. Lin Feng had the feeling that sooner or later he would be able to understand the mysteries of those maps. Maybe he would be able to learn the ancient stargazing technique. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that it wouldn't be easy. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, 3 months were almost up. The Blue Cloud sect became quite lively during this period because the new disciples were about to participate in a minor competition. The minor competition was naturally very important. First, it was to test the combat abilities of the new disciples. This was related to how high they would grow in the future. Some people didn't seem weak, but in a real battle, they would be easily defeated by others. These cultivators were mostly cultivators who had accumulated their cultivation through the accumulation of pills and spirit stones. They only had cultivation but no combat abilities. Their future wasn't optimistic. Of course, other than testing the new disciples' abilities and the results of their cultivation during this period, the results of the minor competition were also related to the reputation of the Azure Cloud 12 Peaks. Although the Azure Cloud 12 Peaks were the same sect, they were also competitors. As the saying goes, people live for their reputation, and Buddha fights for an incense stick. Between the Azure Cloud 12 Peaks, there would naturally be fierce competition. This was a matter of reputation. Not only would the peak be rewarded with a large amount of resources, but it would also win back the reputation of the peak. Perhaps this was also the reason why the Blue Cloud sect held a minor competition every 3 months and a major competition every 3 years. There were only 3 days left until the minor competition, but the old drunkard had disappeared. According to the old drunkard, he didn't want to bully the weak. This old man finally admitted that he was old and no longer called everyone senior brother. Of course, Lin Feng felt that the old drunkard was scared away. It would be strange if he wasn't scared when facing the experts of the other peaks. Yu Ziang and the others were also worried. With the arrival of the minor competition, they were all very worried. Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao, on the other hand, were very calm and continued to cultivate step by step. Before the minor competition, Elder Qiao Yunqiu gathered Lin Feng and the others and said, "This minor competition is to test the progress of your cultivation over the past few months. As the saying goes, victory and defeat are commonplace, so you don't have to feel any psychological burden." Everyone replied, "Yes." Elder Qiao Yunqiu nodded and let Lin Feng and the others go and prepare. After Lin Feng and the others left, Elder Qiao Yunqiu couldn't help but sigh. Compared to the other peaks that were full of talents, Tian Zhongdao, Song Chuxia, and Li Qixuan only had 3 martial king disciples. As for the rest, they were only martial king disciples. Elder Qiao Yunqiu seemed to foresee the scene of the heaven-mending peak disciples being eliminated in the first round. Elder Qiao Yunqiu felt a deep sense of powerlessness. This situation had been going on for too many years. Ever since the peak master was injured, the heaven-mending peak had completely declined and became the object of ridicule of the other peaks. Elder Qiao Yunqiu would be present at every minor competition, and she would never forget the looks of disdain and ridicule of the heaven-mending peak from the other peaks. When Elder Qiao Yunqiu was a disciple, her talent wasn't good, and she was a disciple of the heaven-mending peak. Now that she was an elder, she still couldn't shake off the ridicule of others. Elder Qiao Yunqiu looked at the lush forest in the distance and couldn't help but sigh. She didn't know if the heaven-mending peak that she had protected for so many years could continue to be protected. When the heaven-mending peak was removed from the list, perhaps she would have to leave the Blue Cloud sect. Even if her heart was filled with unwillingness, what could she do? The Blue Cloud sect didn't seem to be able to tolerate the heaven-mending peak anymore. I hope that one disciple can break through, even if it's only until the second round. Elder Qiao Yunqiu clenched her fists. She didn't know if this small wish of hers would be an extravagant wish that couldn't be fulfilled. Chapter 5:19. At the beginning of the month, Lin Feng and the others had gone to the outer sect Disciples Mountain to receive the sect's benefits. Now, many people were talking about the competition. The competition between the new disciples was naturally the focus of many people's attention. If a few peerless geniuses appeared, they would definitely be sought after. Many disciples would think of ways to befriend them. Who knew they might benefit in the future? Identity medallion. The deacon in charge of distributing the sect's benefits glanced at the disciple in front of him. Yu Ziang quickly took out his identity medallion. The deacon glanced at it and showed a disdainful expression. TSK, a disciple of the heaven-repairing peak. I really don't understand why the sect would give such trash like you benefits. It's simply a waste of resources. Although the deacon was complaining, he didn't dare to not give the heaven-repairing peak any benefits. The deacon wasn't a big shot in the Blue Cloud sect. Although Yu Ziang was a coward, he was still angry when he heard such mockery. The deacon sneered at Yu Ziang and said disdainfully, "Brat, what are you staring at? Could it be that what I said was wrong? Do you think you're qualified to receive the sect's benefits? Do you believe that I can kill you with one slap?" Yu Ziang clenched his fists tightly. He felt a ball of anger burning in his chest. That ball of anger was about to ignite his entire body. But Yu Ziang endured it in the end. He knew that if he made a move, he would only be humiliating himself. Trash. The deacon threw Yu Ziang's sect benefits, an identity medallion, on the ground. "You're going too far." Yu Ziang shouted angrily. "What? Do you want to hit me?" The deacon sneered. Yu Ziang's face was ashen. He clenched his teeth and lowered his head to pick up his things. "Haha, what a piece of trash. Not only is he a piece of trash, but he's also a coward." Voices filled with mockery rang out one after another. Yu Ziang lowered his head and gritted his teeth. Everyone else thought that he was trash, that he was a coward, but Yu Ziang knew that he was not. He was definitely not a coward. Was his personality really that weak? Yu Ziang felt that his heart was strong. Maybe he should pounce on them and beat them up. But if he was really injured, and even if his cultivation could no longer improve, could his wish still be fulfilled? Yu Ziang could not forget the look in his mother's eyes before she passed away. It was empty, sorrowful, reminiscing, and deeply reluctant to part with him. Mother was chased out by the first madam. Even after she died, she couldn't enter the family graveyard. She could only be buried outside and become a lonely ghost. Yu Ziang told himself over and over again that no matter what kind of grievances or humiliation he suffered outside, he had to endure it. He had to become strong. He had to return to his family. He had to walk in front of his heartless father and ask him why he didn't care about him and his mother. In order to allow his mother to be buried in the family cemetery, Yu Ziang knelt for 10 days and 10 nights, but no one paid attention to him until he fainted. At that time, Yu Ziang realized that he was just an abandoned child of the family. But so what if he was abandoned by his family? So what if his talent was not good? So what if his mother was just an honest and upright official, referring to the prostitutes in the brothel who did not sell their bodies? As long as he was strong enough, he would definitely change his family's mind. His mother's grave would definitely be moved back to the family graveyard. She would not have to suffer in life and become a lonely ghost after death. Yu Ziang stretched out his hand to pick up the bag of spirit stones that had been thrown on the ground. This was something that Yu Ziang dreamed of every month. He knew that his talent was not good enough and that he needed spirit stones to assist his cultivation. But at that moment, a foot stretched out from the crowd and stepped on the spirit stones. Yu Ziang raised his head. He did not recognize the disciple in front of him. He said, "Senior brother, you're stepping on my spirit stones." "I know, but recently I've reached a critical point in my cultivation. I'm about to break through to the martial king realm. I need spirit stones. Why don't you give me your spirit stones?" said the tall disciple indifferently. Yang Teng from the Five Elements Peak, a cultivator of the 10th celestial layer, dares to bully people from Butian Peak. Don't underestimate Yang Teng. Even though he's only a cultivator of the 10th celestial layer, his spirit is the ancient ferocious beast, the Swan and I. It's an extremely terrifying spirit. When he breaks through to the martial king realm, his strength will increase by leaps and bounds. It's not impossible for him to catch up later. Ancient ferocious beast, the swan and I? Fuck, how is that guy so lucky? He actually awakened such a powerful spirit. Some people were discussing among themselves, looking at Yu Ong with pity in their eyes. No, no, those are my spirit stones. I also need spirit stones for my cultivation. Yu Ong shook his head. Hey, brother, give me some face. When I break through to the Martial King realm, I'll take care of you, said Yang Tung. Even a ghost wouldn't believe Yang Tung. Yu Ong obviously didn't believe him either. He said, Senior brother, I'll be taken care of by the other disciples of Butian Peak. Thank you for your kindness. Yang Tung's face fell. So, you don't want to give me face? Said Yu how could I not give you face? I just want my spirit stones back. That's all. Yang Tung looked extremely cold. After talking for so long, you still don't want to give me face. Since you don't want to give me face, I don't need to give you face either. With that, Yang Tung raised his leg and kicked Yu Ziang. With a thump, the kick landed on Yu Ziang's body and sent him flying 4 or 5 meters away. Suffering such a heavy blow, Yu Ziang's entire body twitched violently. I'll ask you one more time. Will you give me those spirit stones? Yang Tung walked towards Yu Ziang and looked at him coldly. Those are my spirit stones, said Yu Ziang, gnashing his teeth. He stood up with great difficulty, his skinny body trembling. This little boy is quite stubborn. Is it really necessary to be stubborn for those spirit stones? Some of the disciples frowned slightly, looking at Yu Ziang's thin and weak body. They actually felt a trace of pity for him. However, that trace of pity was quickly washed away. In the sect, everyone was competing with each other. Survival of the fittest. Who would have the time to pity others? Little boy, you're courting death, said Yang Tung gloomily. He raised his right hand and slapped Yu Ziang's face. The slap was about to land on Yu Ziang's face. At that moment, a disciple squeezed through the crowd and grabbed Yang Tung's wrist. Little boy, who are you? How dare you meddle in my business? Said Yang Tung angrily. He didn't know what was good for him. Lin Feng smiled coldly. Who do you think you are? How dare you bully a disciple of Butian Peak? Crack! Lin Feng grabbed Yang Tung's wrist with his right hand, and Lin Feng broke Yang Tung's wrist. Yang Tung gave a horrible shriek. How cruel! He broke Yang Tung's wrist. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air.